Ooh. I'm running a little late today. I don't know how long it's going to take for people to log on. Got my coffee and got to set up. Still can't sit in the middle, apparently. I'll wait a few more minutes to see if anybody comes on. Got my phone charged. And let's see. Let's push this up here. And let's get hopefully these are working okay. Hi, how are you? Hello. I'll wait for a few more people to come on. Hello. I'm in the US. Hold on one second. I do content creation about, do I like cat fight? No. No fighting. No fighting. No fighting. No sexy stuff. No nothing. Yeah, no. If you ask me again, I'll boot you. I have some friends that are going to be coming on that are subscribed, and you will be booted. No. Go away, Fire Beast. Go away. Unless you want me to kick you out, which I can do. Somewhat, Mr. Bombs King. A little bit. Hey, Alan, how are you today? How are you doing? I hope you're feeling better. Hi, everybody. How are you? Let me turn this light on a little bit. I hope everybody is having a good day. Hello. Hello, Melly. How are you? For those that are new here, my name is Sherry. Sherry, and my channel is called Lady Phoenix, and I do content about being, oh good, that's good, I'm glad to hear that. Hopefully you're feeling a little bit better today, Alan. Yeah, I was a little worried about you the other day. Let me bring this down a little bit lower. Here, adjust. All right. Hello, hello. So I do content creation on my channel regarding being an adult with ADHD who apparently can't sit up. How many ADHD people does it take to screw in a light bulb? Oh my gosh. And yep, lots of friends who have ADHD or autism are neurodivergent, or if anybody is, I'm a little new. I'm a little new since May. Thank you. How are you, Gusty? So yeah, I do content about, I'm an adult with ADHD, and I was diagnosed about 25 years ago, but I was 25. I'm actually 50. I know I don't look it. So over the years, I've learned and struggled and learned different things to try to help manage my symptoms and hopefully work towards it not affecting my ability to work. You know, ADHD can affect a lot of things: being ready on time, your relationships with family, friends, your coworkers, being able to keep a job, being able to think straight, to prioritize and make goals. Lots and lots and lots of things. Hello, Cameron. How are you today? If anybody is new here and you're interested in learning about ADHD, I want to be bringing more content with facts and resources that show scientific articles. So as you learn more, you're going to be able to go to the actual sources, the actual scientific resource, so that you can check for yourself. Because there's a lot of misunderstandings about it. And then the person who has it themselves is left feeling like they should be able to just deal with it. And that's really hard to do when you think you don't have a problem. And it's there. And it's a lot more than just not paying attention, right? So I hope everybody is doing well. I have some other subscribers that are going to come on. And is there anybody, I mean, we don't have to just talk about ADHD. We can talk about anything if anyone's got any special interests. I hope if we wait a few more minutes, we might get some more people. How are you, Cameron? Where are you coming from, my dear? Are you in the US? Gusty, are you in the US? Hi, Easton. How is everyone doing today? I don't know a Karen, but hello. How are you? The only time I'll be a Karen is if somebody is being abusive to people or inappropriate. But besides that, you can just be yourself. How are you doing, Alan? How are you feeling? I hope you're having a better day today than the last time I talked with you. What does that mean? I'm afraid to say that because since I don't know what that means, I don't want to say a bad word. Yeah. No, thank you. I can see it. YouTube tweaks. I can see you. I can see you. It's not, but actually, I have been working on a project, and I don't think I have it here, but it could be ASMR because I'm making nail polish swatch sticks, and they make kind of a fun sound. And a video I made about it a few weeks back, a woman who follows me, she's like, you should make an ASMR video about it because it makes interesting noise. But, you know, no thank you. YouTube tweaks. Do you have ADHD or autism? Are you neurodivergent, or do you know somebody who is? You're welcome here, even if you're not. Okay. Is there anybody here who wants to talk about being neurodivergent? It's okay if you don't. Also, I'm really supportive of anybody who's going through depression, anxiety, anything that makes them feel like they're struggling and no one understands what they're going through. Okay. No problem. I understand, Alan. But I do hope you're feeling better than the other day, though, because I know you weren't feeling well. I hope things are starting to calm down for you. Let's see. Do we still have some people here? We have a Cameron, a Gusty, Mr. Bombs King, Easton. There was a woman here too, right? Kay Mitchell, Millie Watson. Is it Millie? And What would you guys like to talk about today? Anything fun? Anything interesting? Anything new in your world? Ooh, that's tough. May I ask you a personal question about that? Is it Ashima? Am I pronouncing that right? I'm really sorry if I'm saying your name wrong. Is the anxiety that you have something you have all the time, or is it something that is triggered by certain things in your environment? Oh, incidentally, just to let everyone know, I'm just going to do a disclaimer really quickly. I am not a doctor. I am not a licensed therapist or mental health professional. I'm just a human being who has struggled with these things myself. So I'm more here to share what I have learned. And when I do, I will also share resources for you guys. So you can better help yourself, but I'm not a doctor. So make sure don't just go on my word for things. Make sure if you need to reach out to a mental health professional or a family member or a friend or somebody you can trust. Don't just go on what I say. Let's see. How to fight with anxiety. Okay, Alan. Okay. Is that the thing you didn't want to talk about? We can talk about that later. Ashima, how has anxiety been like for you? Do you struggle with it all the time? Or is it triggered by certain things like work expectations, problems getting along with family, knowing how to act in society? Is there a specific thing that gives you anxiety? Or is it just you feel like that all the time? You're triggered. Now this is a really personal question. So I want you to know that this is a public forum and I want to create a really supportive community for anyone to feel welcome so we can all support one another. I'm going to be doing these lives every Thursday at 3:30 my time, Eastern Standard Time. I've been a little bit late every time, but you're all welcome here. I want to be as supportive as I can and just share. I'm older than I look. I'm 50 and I've struggled. If this helps you at all, I do have for like diagnoses. Normally I wouldn't share, but since that's what my content is about, I am diagnosed with major depression that's being treated. I do see a counselor. I do take medicine. That I don't have any knowledge as to what would be the appropriate decision for anybody else. This is just my particular situation with my, going to a doctor and they evaluate all, any issues that I have with medications and whatnot. So medication's very personal and make sure you go to a doctor. They do have some medication for anxiety. I'm diagnosed with major depression, generalized anxiety disorder, ADHD, and I might also have, okay, we are going to remove you. I'm going to put you in timeout, okay? Because I actually want to help people. And I know it's fun to say funny words, but I'm not 12. So it's not fun for me anymore. Sorry. So let's see what we can do here. Let's see. I'm going to put you in timeout for a little bit. Okay. Alan, I am going to make you a moderator. Let's see. I'm going to add you as a moderator. So you can help me. Hey, God, how are you? Hawk on. I'm going to make you moderator too, because you're really helpful. Hold on. I'm learning how to do this. I'm adding you as a moderator. Yay. Yeah, I really wanted to help that person, but apparently they just want me to say silly words. Hello, hello, hello. If anybody is just tuning in right now, my name is Sherry. I'm an adult with ADHD. I have depression and anxiety. I've struggled with these things my whole life, and it's taken me a really long time to find things that help me. What helped me may not help you. I'm not a licensed doctor or mental health professional. Make sure that you talk to one before you make any major decisions. But as a human who has struggled, I am here to be supportive and connect with other adults who may struggle with similar things. Or if you know somebody who has ADHD and you don't understand them, and maybe you don't get along and you have problems, and you think they just don't, pay attention. There's a lot more to it, a lot more to it. We have a physically different brain. Our brain is wired slightly differently, and it is part of what is called neurodivergence. So people who have brains that are developed slightly differently are under the neurodivergent umbrella. We have ADHD, we have autism, we have OCD, I think Tourette's. I can't remember if bipolar is in there. Schizophrenia, because I know that's genetic. Their brains are slightly different. So anything that is a neurodevelopmental condition that is genetically inherited, where your brain works a little bit differently than the average person, is called neurodivergent. And ADHD, which I have, and some of my friends have autism, and I have friends who have both, and they actually have a lot of overlap. So they can share a lot of symptoms. So, and sometimes I think I relate to you guys, my autistic friends, maybe a little bit more than my ADHD friends. I'm not sure, but I relate to you a lot. There's really a lot of symptoms we have in common, or traits, however you want to look at it, which I have some kind of conflicting feelings about. I have conflicting feelings about that. But we're all allowed to feel however we want. Everybody is welcome here. Anybody who struggles, who feels alone, who feels different than other people, you're safe here. What I'm trying to develop, and I have a couple people who have been coming the last few weeks. I'm setting up lives every Thursday. So if this is something that's interesting and you need a safe place to come to talk about these things or to just be accepted, please feel free to subscribe. You don't have to, but it helps out the channel. It helps me. And I want to say, I wish I had my other phone so I could look it up. If any of you guys have a computer near you, can you guys look up what the percentage of people who have autism are unemployed or underemployed? This is including what we used to call high functioning, or I'd say high masking, and what the percentage of people with ADHD are unemployed or underemployed. I don't know if anybody has a computer and wants to look that up. That would be very helpful, because I think the percentage is high. And your boss and your family will most likely think that you should just get over it, because they don't know. They don't know. How are you guys doing? How's Hawk on? Hawk on. I will get it. I will. I promise. I will get it. I think I got that right. Let me know. You're good? Good? You're tired? Hawk on. Now, I am going back to work. I'm back to work now. I've been back to work since right around Christmas time, which is not an ideal time to go back to work if you work retail. And I'm only doing 1 day a week because of the sensory overload is a lot for me. But I was curious. I'm going to be trying to do research to figure out what jobs or careers would be good for me to pick so I don't go through this again, hopefully. And I know there's a lot of content creators who have ADHD or autism that have made content about this, and I'm going to be trying to learn the best that I can. But I do have to say, if anybody's in the same place as me, having difficulty working because you can't, if you have ADHD, hi, how is everybody's giving me hearts and happy faces. I just want to thank all of you guys for coming. I want to thank you all for being supportive of me and letting me ramble about my issues. And I'm just so happy that I don't have to feel alone. And I hope that this helps you guys not feel alone as well. So Hakon looks it up for us. Thank you, Hakon. Oh my God, it's going to drive me nuts. I'm going to have to figure out. I know how to say it, but I keep saying it wrong. Sorry. Between 40 to 70% of autistic adults are unemployed. Yeah. This is like kind of a knee-jerk reaction and probably not the most mature reaction, but more of a knee-jerk human reaction. And 70% of autistic adults are unemployed. Oh, wow. See, to me, I feel like that's not acceptable, but I feel like that's a judgment on my part. I mean, it's kind of like not simple, right? Oh, I forgot to tell Curtis that I was on here. He'll figure it out when he gets home. I know that, and you guys can tell me what your preference is for autism. For those of my autistic friends, what was I going to say? You know how, so I will tell you some of the things as I understand because I'm newer to learning about autism. So please let me know if I understand something incorrectly or if I ever say something that might be hurtful or offensive just because I don't know. Please let me know so that I don't do that. But it's kind of like confusing for me to learn about the different categories of autism because, it's such an enormous spectrum, right? And it's not just like the circles has all the different qualities. Like somebody might struggle with eye contact or communication and might be not too verbal, and somebody else might be sensory and social, like isolation, and then something else, and they may be opposite from each other, but yet both be autistic. And then also it's like some people are, they were saying not to say high functioning, low functioning anymore. And if for anybody who is a subscriber of mine, there's a PBS video that you probably have watched. They were saying that high functioning and low functioning, because of its association with Asperger, who is from World War II and was with the Nazis and that history, and then deciding who lives or dies in the concentration camp. So that's a terrible history. Also, some people don't like high functioning, low functioning because people who would have been called lower functioning, higher supports needs, that it's kind of insulting to them and it's not fair because it's not their fault. And then I heard that some people who would be called higher functioning, and that would be me if I do have it, I'm not sure yet. They also have question marks about that because it could just be that they're really high masking. So I don't even know what to call it. So they say high support needs, low support needs. And then they're saying that low support needs might be higher support needs because you're masking so well. So I'm not really sure what the exact wording. So I don't even know like how to refer to it. And you have to, because somebody who is severely impacted, their life is impaired by it, that they can't live independently, and they have to be home, and they can't talk and they can't do things for themselves. And then somebody like, my friends who are very high masking, those are completely different things, but yet both have autism. So I don't know if you guys know more about that and what the politically correct terms are, because I do want to, I don't know how to talk about it sometimes. I don't know what the right words are. Do you guys know? Because, certainly, beyond just it being potentially offensive. I don't want something to, what's the word I'm looking for? I don't want anything to make somebody feel like they don't belong here. 1 in 3 ADHD are unemployed, and yeah. I think I read somewhere that they were saying somewhere between 50 and 60%, like, hello, Phoenix, how are you? Are you in Phoenix, or is it the Phoenix symbol? My name is Sherry, and I'm glad to see you here today with us. I do content on being a neurodivergent adult and the struggles that I've had with that and depression. And I'm here to be supportive of other people who might struggle with the same thing, but you're welcome to be here, even if you don't. And I say, hello, how are you? Yeah, so those unemployment numbers, I almost feel like it's almost a humanitarian issue. It's not okay to me because I can't speak for people who are higher support needs. And again, let me know what the terminology they want to use for this now, because I really, really want to speak and connect with people in a way that's empowering people, not hurting people. I just say on the spectrum. Yeah, and then I heard somebody else said that they don't want to say spectrum anymore. And I'm like, oh, okay, this is not good. For me personally, it's the word I feel comfortable with using. I don't have an issue with which words. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. For me, like, before I knew the connection to Asperger and the whole Nazi thing and him saying, okay, these people are high functioning, we're going to put them in the concentration camp doing labor. And these people are low functioning and they're not worth living, so we're going to kill them. So I get that. That's horrific. That's terrible. So some people have very strong feelings. And at the same time, you can't deny that somebody who is, I guess, higher functioning, but you're not supposed to say that, can live independently in a way that somebody who can't advocate for themselves can. Even though it can, even if you appear neurotypical. Thank you. I just saw this live and wanted to join. Thank you. Thank you very much. Phoenix, did you happen to pop on to my live last week? We're going to be meeting at least once a week. And as I get better, I want to be able to do lives more regularly. I was going to be doing at least one video a week, and I was going to do some shorts. And this past week I got sidetracked, and I'm starting to realize that the saying about ADHD, that is very true. The only thing I'm consistent with is being inconsistent. And I can't keep time, apparently. So I might start doing more lives because I can't seem to keep up with doing the video every week. This week I totally got derailed. My friend Alan here and I have a similar interest. I come from like a beauty world. That I used to be a beauty department manager, and when I was younger, I worked in boutiques. I worked with clothing, and another job I had, I was manager at Claire's and icings and afterthoughts, and I did piercings and all of that. And what else? I've always been into cosmetics and makeup, and I love old Hollywood. So let me see. Yeah. Alan, I went down the rabbit hole looking up lipsticks. What? Yesterday, I spent the entire day going through my nail polishes and my lipsticks. I seriously hyper-focused. And I was supposed to be cleaning. Oh my God. How many of you guys have ADHD as well as autism, or think you might? Tell me if you relate to that. I totally just went down a rabbit hole. I love old Hollywood. They can't make them. I'll tell you, I think because when I was young, my paternal grandmother, my dad's mother, she was such a hoot, and I loved her so much. She was like a teenager or 20 something trapped in a grandmother's body. And she was freaking hilarious. And I really bonded to her. And I do remember I always felt such a good feeling being at her house. Like there was such a feeling of love. And she used to, if she brought up like old Hollywood and all those ladies from old Hollywood in the black and white film, she'd be like, oh, this one was so beautiful. And just like feels, I have that, it's just like such a good feeling. And I just went down a rabbit hole looking up, because there are cosmetic companies, and then though this is boring to guys, so don't worry, I'm not going to stick on this subject. But it's kind of relevant because I got sidetracked. My special interest. So my special interest being beauty. And I really do love learning the stories of people, whether it's famous people in old Hollywood or just anybody who may be famous from a different time. It's really interesting to learn about the social conditions and just like how people lived either, in Egypt or, back when the original Queen Elizabeth. All of this stuff is very cool. Let's see. Love old Hollywood. They can't make them like they used to. Watched all the old classic Hollywood movies growing up. Oh, really? I've been meaning to. Alan had mentioned to me that I should watch a movie with my mom, like a Marilyn movie. And it's funny because I remember seeing photographs, but I haven't watched an actual old black and white movie before until maybe 6 months ago. I was curious, and I went down a Bette Davis rabbit hole because I had learned that she was from Connecticut. She was from kind of like New England. I'm a New Englander. I live in the East Coast, northern East Coast of the United States. And there's a specific kind of person that tends to live here. So I will join. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. You have ADHD? You have to go? Okay. Well, it's good to meet you. Thank you so much, Phoenix. Yeah, definitely. And then we can talk about Phoenix stuff if you want, because it's a symbol in my life if you want, or maybe you're from Phoenix. I hope you have a wonderful day or evening, whatever it is, wherever you live. And I hope to see you next week. Old Westerns. I know it's weird because I think I've seen clips from old movies. I haven't seen one straight through, but I want to say, don't trust me on timing because apparently my time blindness affects my ability to perceive how long ago something was. It just feels like a few months ago though. It's night. Okay. Well, have a good night. I hope you get to sleep well and have a wonderful day tomorrow and a great weekend. I appreciate it. I lost my train of thought, but that's okay. I did see a Bette Davis movie. Oh, I remember what it was. There was a series that came out and it had Susan Sarandon playing Bette Davis, and I can't remember who played Joan Crawford. And I watched that because I remember I don't remember when did the movie come out that had Bette Davis and Joan Crawford, because they had this long-standing feud, and it's always been like rumored, like how much is rumor, how much is true. And yeah, that was juicy. I watched that. I think it was a mini series, and I think that's part of what made me want to go down the rabbit hole and actually find out what those ladies were actually like in real life and how much that series is accurate. Have you guys seen that? I think it's called Feud. Was it Jessica Lange? I think Jessica Lange might have played Joan Crawford. I don't know if you guys have seen that. If not, you should watch it. I don't know how accurate it is, but I could definitely see, and I think we talked about this a little bit last week. I could definitely see Betty Davis not being everyone's cup of tea because she was strong-willed, but I got to give her props for that, especially back then. And her willingness to not try to be a sex symbol, to actually go after roles that other women didn't want. But yeah, I don't know if you guys have I've never seen it. I've been wanting to see it. I would say I'm not like a horror movie fan per se, but some movies that are considered horror, I do like certain psychological ones, not we can get into movies if you want sometime and we can discuss that. If we have any movie buffs here, you can help me figure that out. Like I like certain ones, but I'm not like anything that's like the Rob Zombie ones, anything that's like psychologically messed up, that's going to mess me up. I'm sensitive. And I'm wondering now if that's about neurodivergence, because they do really affect me if they're realistic. I kind of like fantasy ones. Do you guys like movies? Or do you want to talk about autism and ADHD stuff? Somebody had mentioned anxiety, but I put them in a timeout. And Alan had mentioned an idea of maybe we can discuss misophonia, which is the being triggered by loud noises. And we can leave it to you guys. Yeah, she was, right? Betty Davis is a tough cookie. The film she did with Joan Crawford. Yes! I'm like scared to watch that. I think she actually, was it like pushed downstairs or she just shoved her? I think she hurt her for real. Yeah. 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 Do you guys know why? Do you get? This is going to turn into a soap opera, and I might be wrong, and I don't know. That might be completely boring to you guys. I kind of feel bad for both of them. I feel bad for both of them. If you want to watch that series, Feud, I don't know how much, like, creative license they took and how much is accurate to the true story. And I can understand, like, even if that feud is real, I can definitely say they probably both have their own side to that. But one thing I did like about that series is that, I think it was a series, is that I don't feel like it was towards one side or the other. I feel like when you watched it, on some of it, you sided with one of them and you felt so bad for them. And then maybe they showed you like what the other one went through, and then you feel really bad for them, and then you're conflicted, which I actually think makes a good creative work. So, Håkon, are you saying yes, you like movies? Let me know, guys, if I'm having issues here, because I don't have anybody typing anything out, and I don't know. It's saying I got one person. I lost you guys. No. I feel like saying roll call. Who's still here? Is there only one person here? You guys are killing me. We'll talk about autism. I'm sad. Who's still here? Oh, it says 5. Did I cut out? Did I lose a connection? Hello, how are you? Hi, Will's Life. Yes to better. Oh, Betty Davis being a tough cookie, and you like films. Did you guys want to talk about fun stuff like movies, or do you want to talk about like something you want to learn about with autism or ADHD, or do you want to talk about what you've been struggling with and what you want to work on this week? What would you like to use this time for? What would be helpful for you guys? This keeps saying that I have few people, like nobody's here, and then it tells me 5 people are here. So When I rewatched Any Subject is Fine, whatever goes with the chat. Okay. Oh, Alan, I did end up. Alan, you know that woman? I'm sorry if I'm switching gears for a second. You know that woman, Erin Parsons, the makeup artist that goes down the rabbit hole of cosmetics and history, like ancient Egypt and old Hollywood and all of that. I don't know if you watched a video I sent you a link to, but she found out what lipstick color was in Marilyn Monroe's case. And it isn't what you would think. It was orange, because apparently back in the day when they just came out with, colored film was brand new. And so I think there were like 3 different companies or 3 different technologies. There was Technicolor, and I can't remember the other 2 because this is all kind of new to me. I don't know anything about it really yet. And so if a movie was being filmed with one thing, a certain color looked a certain way. So if you put on red lipstick, it would translate into blue. So they actually weren't allowed to wear red lipstick. And the different companies got together and they made a chart, and they had like specific lipsticks that the actresses were allowed to wear and which ones they couldn't, which I thought was really interesting, which makes sense to me. I know that when they were doing the old black and white movies, like when Clara Bow and all of those actresses were acting, I think they use green lipstick, because if they use a regular colored lipstick, it would come across as black, and it had something to do with the cameras. So if they wore green lipstick, even though it was black and white, it would appear like a similar, I guess, depth as what a pink or a red lipstick would look like. So I thought that was kind of interesting. But yeah, they had a very specific lipstick, and she spent, I don't know if she spent thousands or tens of thousands on Marilyn's lipstick, which she has. And on one of those occasions, I don't know if this is one of the events you went to, but she spent a lot, and she's like, it's sacrilege. She didn't want to strike it and sample from it to see what it looked like to come up with a duplicate. We didn't want to touch it. So she found a company, and she saw the number, and she ordered one that she thought would be the same, but like the letters were a little different. It was completely different color. So she bought a bunch of orange lipsticks from the drugstore and lined them up and picked one that is closest. And I almost bought it, but I could not bring myself to buy a bright orange lipstick. I think I will, though. I think I will. And it is a Revlon one. Do you have one of her lipsticks? So guys, Marilyn is a special interest of Alan, and he knows a lot of the history of her. And he has gone to auctions and gotten a couple of her items, which is very exciting. And the reason that, and I'm not specifically like a huge fan of her specifically, even though I do really like her, because to me, when I see anything that's about her life, I always feel so bad for what she must have been through, because I know how predatory the movie industry is now. Can you imagine coming up in the industry as a young woman, 19, and being subjected to sexual harassment and being assaulted and all of the things that the young women had to go through? So yeah, and she just seemed like no matter what happened, she didn't have a mean bone in her body. And honestly, if I went through a fraction of what she went through, I think I would not be sane. You know, when I was younger, when I was in high school, my gifts and my interests were creative and performing arts. I don't know if I told you about that. So we have a lot of arts in my family. Do we have any like people who are into art? my mom, and I say me because I've done some too, are stained glass artists. My mom has done some windows and some really huge frame mosaic pieces that are literally like bolted into, because they're heavy, they're bolted into the studs in the house. Dresses, coats, jumpers. That's amazing. That's amazing. I know. I was thinking, Hakon, I want to start doing creative things again. And I thought that it might be fun if because I've seen some content creators will film themselves painting. Or there's one girl who I've become friends with. I actually have to reach out to her. I haven't talked to her in a long time. Her name's Tasha something. She has blonde hair. She loves cats. I love cats. And she plays guitar. And is it Concrete Blonde that sung that song, Joey? Joey, baby, I've got the money. That one? Do you know what I'm talking about? I swear to God, dead ringer. She sounded, because her voice is in definitely alto, is in a lower register. Oh my God, she sounded just like her. Why was I bringing her up? Oh, she will record herself playing a guitar, singing. A lot of them will just be the sound. But she does that. And then she also does these really interesting paintings that are very unique. There is one that she did that was, I think it was kind of like a black and white, or kind of like basic kind of, not strictly black and white, but very plain colors. It might have been like black and dark brown and maybe it was a yellow background. I can't remember, but it was like a six-eyed rabbit. It was very interesting. You know what? I think that I think you can be trained to sing unless you are tone deaf. And I'm not saying that as an insult. I actually I'm really rusty, so I'm probably not good anymore. But I was in choir for a few years in high school, and I did it to face a fear of mine. And I made myself sing on stage a solo, and that's a whole nother story. I did a Madonna thing, and I figured people were going to laugh at me, so I figured I might as well make fun of myself. I'll have to dig out that yearbook. There's a picture of me in it, and I got some kind of Madonna outfit. Oh my gosh. I figured, well, if people are going to laugh at me, I'm going to be in on the joke. So I figured I'd make a joke out of it, and it ended up being pretty good. And why did I bring that up? Oh, and then after high school, there's this one, this woman who was like a couple years ahead of me in my grade, and she was well known in the school to be one of the best singers in the school. And she came back and was helping the choir. And I had approached her and asked her singing instructor, and I briefly was going to singing lessons until I lost my job. I couldn't pay for them anymore. So yeah, when I was younger, I used to watch a lot on TV, and I used to do probably like a lot of other girls, but I was very isolate myself, and I had a very few friends, and they would come over and we would do dance routines. Like we wanted to be like Janet Jackson or, Madonna and all of those things. And yeah, I've got videotapes of me doing bad dancing somewhere in the house, and I don't have a VCR. Oh my God. Oh my God. And then the dance phase after high school, then it was going clubbing, and there was Ace of Base and all of that other stuff. Ugh. If I go to watch any of them, I'm going to so cringe. But I remember I got a black light, and I remember thinking that was the coolest thing ever. And I had this heat, and I made sure that I got the brightest one. So I got the one that was the long fluorescent tube, so it would really light up the whole room. And I got some fluorescent paints and would do my own paintings, drawings, and I would put them on the wall. And then I got a strobe light, and then you could set up the camera and you could make it dark. And so you could do a dance and just see, I was thought I was being creative and everything. I don't know. I was a kid. But yeah, I'm sure I have some cringe-worthy stuff. Let's see. I would love to be able to sing. Hakan, as long as you're not tone deaf, that's like an observation on my part, is that you can. I remember hearing from, and my talents mostly are visual arts. So my grandmother was an oil painter. My great-grandfather did charcoals, and he did watercolors, and he did oil paintings. And my grandmother helped to form like the artistic community where she lived. And this was decades and decades. This was like in the 60s, where, and I'm not going to give away too much because that would give away too much personal stuff about me. But you know what's really weird, Alan, is that I still get stage fright. The whole reason I did it, I wanted to be famous. I had this feeling that I could do it. And I just know if I wanted to, I could. And I don't even, and it's not like, I don't feel like I'm specifically more talented than anybody else. And it's not a conceited thing at all. It's just a feeling. And the thing is that anytime I did perform or go out on a limb and do something in my life, I always ended up in a newspaper. So it kind of like, if I wanted to pursue that, I could. It's funny, when I was a teenager, I almost went to sign up to be on one of those Real World series, and I'm so glad I never did. I'm so glad I never did. Drama. I would love to be able to sing. Alan says, did you see they are relocating Maryland Forever statue? I actually don't know if that's to me, but I actually don't know about that. 100 yards to a new spot at a cost of $500,000. I actually don't really know about that. I sang as a child in school choir. Oh, nice. I enjoy singing Sinatra, Dean Martin, and I love George Michael. I love George Michael songs so much. You can tell he was, I mean, how much can you really know a celebrity? But I feel like you could kind of feel he was sensitive. You know, you kind of feel like he was a sensitive soul. That's like the feeling I would get. I'm not psychic, but Alan and I met through Genevieve Knight's channel. And Alan, I did, hey girl, not today. Speaking of, I sent her a text and I'm like, hey, do you want to be a guest? And I hadn't heard from her. And I guess she just texted me back. She goes, hey girl, not today. I did watch part of her live this morning. Hi, Void. How are you? So what do you guys want to talk about today? I know that we were talking about creativity. Hakan, are you the one that, I know that you were talking about music, right? Or was it Ego Shredder? I'm well, thanks. How are you, Void? How are you doing today? I hope you're having a good day or night wherever you are. What country are you in? Are you in the US? Are you somewhere else? Ashima, didn't you learn? I put you in timeout so you wouldn't do that. I don't want to kick you out of the room, but I will. If you say a silly word one more time, it's not fun. What do you guys think? You think Ashima is a kid? Hakan, were you the one that plays guitar? I think you were talking with Ego Shredder last time about music. I'm going to put Ashima away because he or she cannot behave. How do I get rid of you? Remove. Okay. Ashima's gone. Did Ashima come back? I thought I just kicked Ashima out. Ashima, are you gonna behave? We're here to talk about other things. Oh, okay. See, like I was saying, Hakan, I believe I met you and Ego Shredder on the same day, and I think it might have been on the same platform. I mean, the same channel. And I think you said it was the I Exist. And because I was getting to know you guys in comments a little bit at the same time, my brain, because of my poor working memory, would flip you guys around. Like I would start to think things he said, you said, and vice versa. And I'm very sorry about that. I told Curtis that I'm like, hey, one of the friends that I'm making, he likes the kind of music you do. He loves that music. It's funny when do you guys, okay, do we have any Star Wars geeks in here? Do you want me to like kind of go off topic and tell you the funny story of when I met my man? And there's a Star Wars reference. I don't know if anybody's Star Wars fans. I don't know if you want to know that story, if that's silly. Ooh, you do photography? Nice. Nice. Do you photograph like wildlife? I would really love some tips from you. Oh, good. I love all the Star Wars. Star Wars did not used to be a special interest, and I didn't watch them this year, but usually around Christmas when they make them free, because some other Star Wars, I don't think they're making movies anymore. I know they're making other series and they're branching out and all these other side stories, but I do love the original. Yes. Okay. This is interesting. Okay. I'm a Star Wars geek. I love both. I love both Star Wars and Star Trek. I grew up watching old Star Trek, the old one. And my dad was a huge, hello, is it Sinead? Hello, hi, Ireland. How are you? I hope I don't know what time of day it is where you are, but I hope you're having a wonderful day, evening, morning, whatever time it is where you are. Ooh, okay. Okay. Håkon does photography. And someday maybe you can give me some advice, because we have wildlife on my lake near my house. And there is a family of bald eagles. And I really want to get a good photograph of, hello.
Hello.
How are you?
Okay.
My love just came home. I want to figure out how I can get a good photograph of them, because they will fly in and yeah, I guess I'll have to be hanging out there some point, because they kind of zip in and zip out, and I don't know. Ooh, ooh! I love the bald eagles. I love the bald eagles. That for me, if you guys want to talk about special interests, for me, I was trying to distill down what my special interests are. So for anybody who is new here, my name is Sherry. I'm an adult with ADHD. And I also struggle with depression and anxiety and all that good stuff. And I also have other friends that I've met on YouTube who have autism, ADHD, or both. And I do content on what it's like being an adult with ADHD and all the different things that I use to help myself. And hopefully I can share that and help other people feel less alone. I'm not a doctor. I can't give you advice, but I want to support people because I'm tired of feeling alone. Because it's not helping anybody, you know. But did everybody leave? I was going to tell you the Star Wars story. So, special interests, something kind of crosses over from passion and hobby to special interest when that's all you care about. And you don't want to learn anything else, and you don't want to talk about anything else, right? So I go through phases, and definitely Star Wars becomes one of them. And I think because it is such a memory from my childhood, I'm a childhood of the 70s and 80s, and my dad has passed away a few years back, and it feels like a warm blanket when you're sick. There's something about Star Wars that's just really comforting because it's from my childhood. And my dad was a huge Star Trek fan as well. And when The Next Generation came out and it was on TV, he was recording every episode. So he had a huge, like, huge videotape collection. And then he ended up getting laser discs. Remember laser discs? He had a laser disc collection of, and just everything. Everything. But yeah, he used to record every single episode of Star Trek, The Next Generation. So I'm not for or against, I grew up with both, and we watched all those Star Wars movies in the 80s. Con! Those ear things, oh my God, they scared the crap out of me. If you know, you know. If you know, you know. Which movie was that? Was it The Return of Khan or something about Khan? I forget. I know they were talking about the Genesis and everything with the planet. Black and white photography. Okay. So, if you guys want to know, maybe I won't be able to tell you now because he just came home. Do you guys want to talk about special interests? Do you have like passions or hobbies that are just, you're so passionate about it that it just almost consumes you? You could just lose hours and hours and hours and lose yourself doing it. Days, weeks. That's all you want to do. For me, I love learning about animals. Star Trek is Star Wars, although I've seen a lot. I think I've seen all of the Star Trek series, except for one of them. The more recent ones. Oh. Yeah, I'm not knowledgeable on photography. How is everybody doing today? How are you? My light is showing in the reflection. I hope you all having a good day. So yeah, Alan, I bought one of the Marilyn Monroe lipsticks though. I'll show it to you if you want. I don't know. I've heard in different sources mention different red lipsticks, but this is one of the ones from the 50s. I think this might be the second advertisement collection. They would do like one color red, and then a few years would go, and they would do a whole campaign about it, and they would have matching nail polishes and everything. And it was after World War II. And so I was learning about the old Hollywood thing. And I can't remember if it was Tangy or Max Factor. One of them had Victory Red, and they would encourage women to wear during World War II to, when they were going and helping the war effort, they would encourage them to wear red lipstick, which I thought was really interesting. I was deep diving on stuff about that, which I was surprised. I mean, I knew that in the 50s, women started wearing makeup more openly. In the early 1900s, women didn't. It was not considered ladylike. Was it? Oh, you know about makeup. So do you want to guess? Alan, do you want to guess what this one is? I watched some videos of women swatching different lipsticks. I swear to God, this is not yesterday. It was like the day before. I swear, I went down a rabbit hole and I was so overwhelmed. I think I watched like 5 to 10 videos, and some of them were long, and they were swatching all different Revlon lipsticks. But this is one of the ones from the 50s. I want to say there's like 5 of them, but many of them are red. And this is one of them. So most of you will be like, oh, what is she talking about? It's just lipstick. But I don't know. It's kind of coming out bluer, more true red in the camera than it actually is. It's so interesting how camera changes the color. So I got a red lipstick. And I don't usually wear red. So I'm kind of scared of it. But I'm going to try it. Hello, 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 hello. I hope you guys can see me. When I want to apologize for last week. I went back and watched some of the footage from last week's live, and I noticed that now I have to wear these because this is the only microphone I have, so you guys can hear me okay. But I was wearing like a gemstone chip necklace, and this microphone kept hitting it. And when I was watching it back, it was like driving me nuts. It was like loud. So I'm really sorry about that. And so I'm not wearing one now. And it was kind of annoying watching the footage start to cut out. It looked like the connection wasn't good. It is, Alan, it is from the super lustrous, most of you guys won't know about this unless you are girls or makeup people. So Revlon is one of the companies, one of the cosmetic companies that actually has actual vintage products still in production today that they made in the 50s. And that is kind of rare because as somebody who has been a beauty department manager and has worked in here. So what color does this look like to you guys that I'm wearing on my shirt? I don't know how the color's coming across on your screen. Does this look pink or coral? This is the super lustrous line, which I actually like. And I have about a dozen. It looks peach. Okay, so it does look a coral. Yep, this is coral. I wanted to see if the colors were coming out true on your end. So, oh, bye, Void. I'm sorry, we were talking about makeup stuff. Void, before you go, can I ask you a question? So we're talking about random stuff right now, but do you have ADHD or autism or depression or anxiety, or do you know somebody who struggles with one of those things, and you're interested to learn more? Awesome. So we were going to be meeting every Thursday. Nothing's like set in stone as far as like what to talk about. We can talk about whatever. But I was thinking about, since it's kind of new, I'm trying to grow a community where people can feel like they can unmask and be themselves. Because a lot of times somebody who is neurodivergent will do this thing called masking. And it's basically conditioned behavior, acting the way that you are conditioned from birth to behave and sit still. And because you have to behave in a way that's so different from your nature, which if you're me, like ADHD, you are constantly talking. And so I constantly was in trouble for talking too much. And over the years, you become conditioned to hide it. And so, yes, you can act like normal people, neurotypical people, but there's a cost. And a lot of people can feel very, very isolated, and also gaslit, because work and family will be like, you're fine, you don't have any problems. So that person feels insane when all of a sudden, like, it becomes too much because they've been hiding it for so long. And then your depression or your symptoms get bad because now you're starting to get burned out, that then you have to take time off from work, and it's a whole thing. I have recently come back from a burnout where I had to leave my job for a while because I got physically sick and I didn't understand it. But yeah, anyway, anybody who feels different, who feels like they can't be themselves because you're neurodivergent, or maybe you have depression and you don't want sympathy, or you don't want a lot of attention on you. you know? So you might act a specific way. And if you just want somewhere to feel safe and you don't want to act any specific way, Max Factor had a huge building in Hollywood Boulevard, and it was a conveyor belt for doing this. Ooh, cool. It's now a museum. Wow. I'm wondering, okay, I'm going to have to look this up. As somebody who has worked in kind of like, it's kind of like a department store kind of environment, more common type of store, less high end, with cosmetic lines, and being a beauty department manager, they do resets where they change the cosmetics every 6 months to a year, and they will discontinue things constantly. But another thing that you get to learn is that even though if you go into your local pharmacy, grocery store, or Walmart, and let's say you were to go to the girls section, the makeup section, even if you're grabbing something for somebody else and it's not interesting to you, you might not notice if you're not into cosmetics that they change so much. And you also might not know that there's probably just 2 or 3 companies that own all of the companies, because over time they kind of buy each one out. So for instance, L'Oreal owns L'Oreal, Maybelline, Garnier, La Roche-Posay, Lancome, Vichy, a bunch of others. So they keep the companies because they keep these companies promoting to that crowd of people who are loyal customers, because they each deliver products to a different clientele. But I'm wondering, basically, I'm curious who owns Max Factor, if Max Factor was part of Revlon. For some reason, I thought that they might have been part of Revlon, but I don't think so. I don't know if I told you guys, my mom, when I was a little girl, my mom worked for Revlon, and she would go, I want to say like she was a rep. I can't remember what her title was. I don't know if she was a sales rep for different companies or what she did with Revlon, but she would come home with free stuff, which as a little girl was cool. Charlie, and I don't like a lot of these old fragrances from back then, because I get sensitive to fragrances. I don't know if it's my neurodivergence, but yeah, I can't do a lot of fragrances. Like, I can only do certain ones. But when Charlie fragrance came out, my mom would come home with all this. Cody or Cody. I never know how to say it. They own some fragrance lines. I know that the Britney Spears fragrance line. Now, this is when she was in a conservatorship, and women who like products, we're going to put, for the purposes of this conversation, we're going to put fragrance in with cosmetics. People get a favorite product and they get upset when ownership changes or things are discontinued. And so behind Britney's back, because I think she was in a conservatorship when this happened. I don't remember if it was around 2010 when I was a beauty manager or before that, but her dad broke the contract they had with another company that they were developing fragrances with. They had a contract with them, and he broke that contract, and she probably didn't even know. And I can't remember if they went to Cody or away from Cody. I think Cody, I don't remember. But yeah, they changed the formula. I'm totally being random about perfume now. I'm probably boring you guys to tears, and I'm sorry. If anybody is interested in learning about ADHD or autism or depression or wellness, and they want to belong, and you feel different in the world, and you feel like you're dealing with stuff by yourself and you can't be yourself, and I'm trying to build a community that is accepting for neurodivergent people. And if you want to learn more, please subscribe and hit the thumbs up button if you like what's happening, and it helps my channel, and I'm a baby channel, and anything we can do to help the algorithm will help expose this to more people so we can help more people. You know, I was wondering, I noticed that some other content creators that do content on autism and or ADHD, several of them started doing content for kind of similar reasons as me. And some of them have become like ADHD coaches and whatnot. I'm not sure if I want to do that, but I definitely want to learn more. Oh, it's done by Elizabeth Arden now? Yeah. And Elizabeth Arden's, that was really interesting, Alan, that I was learning about Elizabeth Arden and Estee Lauder and all of that. It's really kind of interesting. Ego Shredder! Hello. Hello, hello. How are you? Hi, everybody. If you're new here, my name is Sherry, but I think that you guys are the people I know. So we got Ego Shredder, we got Alan, we got Hakon, and 2 other people. And I'm so happy you guys could be here with me today. Yay! How are you, Ego Shredder? How are you? I hope you're having a good day today. What time is it for all of you guys right now? So, Alan, I think you're 3 hours behind me. Right now, it is, what's it, almost 5? It's almost 5 p.m. where I am. You know what? I didn't even get to see it, Ego, which is probably better. I saw one of your comments, and I don't think, like, either I wasn't in the mood or I wasn't in an environment where it'd be appropriate for me to look at it. And then what ended up happening was I made that video and then I had pictures of my family. And at first I'm like, is this really safe? Should I share this? I didn't know if it was too personal. And then before I posted it, I kind of screenshot all the photos from it. And I actually did a search online and I could see that they didn't exist anywhere. So it could be safe. But then I felt uncomfortable. I felt like that was a mistake. So I ended up deleting it, going back and editing that video. And I think that's the video that comment was on. So then I was like, oh crap. People left comments on there and now I can't comment back. So I want to say I'm sorry about that. I didn't want you to think that that's why. And you're not in timeout. But if something is something I'm not interested in, don't be offended if I don't look at it. Because, you know, it depends. It depends. I didn't know if it was inappropriate. So I was like, do I want to see this right now? I'm like, I don't know. I don't remember if I was having dinner or what was going on. Let's see. So Cornwall, that's England, right? You said that you're in? Is that, let's see, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. So is it 9 p.m.? No, almost 10 p.m. where you are? Alan is in 2. It was a kid's joke book? Okay. So it probably wasn't that inappropriate if it was for kids. I don't know anything. I need to travel, guys. I've never traveled. I've traveled to different places in the US, but I never crossed oceans. I would love to go to England or Ireland or Scotland. And then France at some point. Maybe Spain. But, you know, maybe someday. You know, right now I want to stay close with family. With my mama. Hakon, been there many times when I lived in the UK. Only been to France for a week and traveled a few places while there. What was that like, Ego Shredder? Is it nice? They eat a lot healthier maybe not in the tourist places, but I hear that the people who live there eat a lot healthier. There's less processed food and more fresh produce and fish and whatnot. At least that's how it's been represented. I can't remember if I don't think it was an Anthony Bourdain. I did see something about that. And there was another girl that I used to watch videos, and she was from France. It looks very different these days. Are they one of the places that is having a problem with terrorists? I know that, I can't remember what country it was. I don't remember if it was England or France. And it was just very, very sad. It's scary. Ego Shredder, I forget. Okay. Håkon is in England. Alan used to live in England. Alan is in the West Coast in America. Ego Shredder. So Ego Shredder and Håkon, are you both in England? I forget where Ego Shredder is. Immigration has changed the whole place, and it's, yeah. Okay. Cool. So, anything new and exciting in anybody's world? Anything good? Any like new changes in your lives? Or is there anything that you wanted to talk about that maybe you're struggling with this week? How would you guys like to use this time every week? It's completely up to you. We can talk about neurodivergent stuff, but we don't have to. And knowing me, I'll talk about everything and anything, and I'll just go doop, 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 doop all over the place. I will talk about everything. Normandy in France is beautiful. Paris is disappointing. How come, Alan? Is it too populated now? I bet you it used to be, if there were like less people traveling there, I bet you it used to be nice. Hi, if anybody is new here, my name is Sherry, and I'll periodically say, probably every 20 minutes or so, I'm an adult with ADHD. I have depression and anxiety, and I've used some different techniques over the years. I just lost 3 people. I shouldn't have even said that. If anybody would like or subscribe, or, if that's interesting to anybody, you're telling me to chill. Ashima, I kicked you out. You're on your 3rd chance. I'll give you one more shot. Can you behave? Can you? Thank you. Yay! This is the first time I've had moderators. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. I hope I didn't scream in everyone's ear. Yeah, I feel bad because, what if it is a kid and they're just being silly, and I don't want to be a jerk, especially, I don't know. I mean, this is really not an appropriate place for kids. But as a teenager, I struggled with depression, even though I didn't know it then. I know it now. I did, when I was going into my first year of high school, my brother passed away. And so that was very difficult and unexpected. So, yeah, sorry, this just took a turn. My first day of my freshman year, I was at the wake, and the second day I was at the funeral. So I missed the first few days of school. That was awful. But yeah, so I knew I had depression then because of that. And I actually started to go to counseling. I wanted to on my own because I didn't know how to deal with that. Yeah. I keep asking you guys what you want to talk about. Maybe I should say, what would you like me to talk about if you don't want to talk? I'm so excited. I have moderators. Woohoo! That just made my day. I want to do live soon doing art. I want to do art with you guys. So I have an idea and I don't know how to make it happen. So what I was wondering if there is a way to execute this idea. This idea I have, you know how like if you see somebody doing a video and they're painting, so you can have the camera facing the painting, like the canvas, or you can have the camera facing the person, but you can't do a split screen. I would like to do a split screen because I think that'd be cool. Hakon, were you talking about me losing my brother? He was in a car accident. He just didn't believe in wearing seatbelts. So ironically, he knew somebody who was in an accident and there was some malfunction with their seatbelt and they couldn't get out. So he was afraid of seatbelts. So he didn't wear them. And if he, ironically, many people are saved by seatbelts, and he was just afraid. And because he didn't wear one, the impact of the vehicle he was in, his head hit the, I don't know if you guys want, it's kind of depressing. I don't know if you want me to talk about that or not. I'm open. I mean, this is something that happened a very long time ago. So I'm 50 now. And I was 14 or 15. So it was a long time. But yeah, my family wasn't the same after that, even though they dealt with it the best they could. Me too. Thank you. Hakon, it's very weird. Have I talked to you guys about my family or anything I've been through yet? As a young child, I used to be thrown around the back of a small van. Oh my gosh. Oh, because there were no seatbelts. Yeah. Sorry about that. Yeah, and remember those old station wagons? And hopefully the seatbelts worked, and some of them you could be facing the actual rear window and like wave at other cars and stuff. There were those, but it wasn't when I was young, but maybe when my brother was young, because he was almost a different generation. He was 10 and a half years older than me. So I think when he was young, people didn't wear seatbelts as much. I can't remember when that happened, that it became more common, but yeah. Yeah, if you're in a van. Yeah. So my fiance is a carpenter. His father was a master carpenter. And when he was a teenager and a young adult, he would have, his dad had a crew of guys, and they would do work for old homes or homes that contractors did a shit job, and they were the guys you called to come in and fix it. Also in New England, because now, granted, New England is not as old as the actual country England, so I'm sure you guys have buildings that are way, way older. But in New England, on the East Coast, in some states like Massachusetts, some in New Hampshire, and some south, I don't know if it's as much in Maine, but there are some towns that are hundreds and hundreds of years old. I'm not even close to as old as England, don't get me wrong. But they were built by a lot of those old homes by the coast, by the old ports that are very historic. They were built by boat builders, ship builders. So there's nothing code. And then hundreds of years later, they really have to be fixed. So they would go, why was I talking about carpentry stuff? I can't remember. Oh, so yeah, he told me that the van would come and pick them up, that he would be in the van and there'd be no seatbelts. And so they would all just like load into the van. The whole crew would load in the van at like 5 o'clock in the morning and drive wherever, or maybe 6. I don't remember how early. And they would drive to wherever. So yeah, there were no seatbelts back there. Yep. Yep. Oh, you had to stand up. I'm thinking like, could you had a crate, but anything I could think of that you could put to sit on could be thrown around as well. Hopefully you didn't hit your head. 1982, that sounds about right. I think that sounds about right. I don't remember what like decade it was in America. It was probably in the 70s or 80s. But yeah, my brother had gone in a car accident, and he had hit the impact. He had hit his head on the frame of the vehicle, and then he was ejected and hit his head on the ground. And they had sent him to several different hospitals to do all of the scans, and it took a couple of weeks for them to really get a full idea of the full scale of how much trauma he had to his brain. And yeah, so he was, yeah, you guys probably don't want to hear about that, but it's such a weird thing because it's like, yeah, it's a lot. And I was so excited I was going to get to see him because I grew up in a different state, because we were transferred there. My dad was transferred for his job to another state for his work, and I was a baby, and my brother was like a decade older than me. So he grew up somewhere else, and family was here. So he didn't do well because he had been separated from cousins and grandparents, and he had gone to grade school here and was brought there. And so he didn't do well. And then he ended up moving back home. And so when I was little, I was always away from him, and I got to see him on like Christmas or whatever. And then we moved back to Massachusetts when I was 14. And he had his car accident 6 months later. So I was hoping I was going to get to spend more time with him. Yeah. It sucked. My dad had a nice car by then. My dad had suffered from blackouts. Oh! Ego, was that because of a medical condition like epilepsy or diabetes? Or was that from drinking? Or did he have like a head trauma? You guys will also have to let me know if the count of the people in the room is accurate. It says 2 people. But I noticed that last time when I did a live, that Alan was in the room, and it kept saying he wasn't there when he was. So I don't know. Not sure, although my sister had epilepsy and she resembles him more in looks, etc. 2 in at the moment. Okay. I have 3. So Hakon, Ego Shredder, probably Alan. Have you guys been losing me at all? because when I was last week, I kind of watched some of it back, and I noticed that there were parts, like you guys might not have been there. I don't know if it was like later on in the live that I was talking to Alan, and then when I was watching it again, like the visual got all kind of foggy, and then the voice got all jumbled up and cut out, and it just looks normal to me. So I can never tell. So just let me know if I start breaking up. So what have you guys been, oh, good. So what have you guys been struggling with most this week? Have you guys had, what was the biggest issue that you would say that you struggle with? There were about 10 watching when I came in. Okay. And I figure the people are going to come and go because I don't know if it's a niche. Like, I don't know if there's a lot of people who are interested in neurodivergent stuff. I certainly want to be welcoming of everyone. If anybody is new here, my name is Sherry. I do adult ADHD content, but we can talk about anything. Because I have ADHD, I am easily entertained. We can talk about many things. We can have fun. But whatever happens, I just want this to be a safe space for everyone to feel at home and welcome. And I love everybody. And I hope you're doing well. Let's see. Hakan, were you the one who is coming out of a burnout right now? Did you say something about like a similar situation to me? I think I'm making a mistake having coffee this late at night, but we'll see. I isolate all the time, man. I isolate all the time. And then I go into my own world, and then I wonder why I don't make any progress. I should have been going towards my goals the last couple of days, and all I've been doing is looking at lipsticks. I feel insane. It's not good, man. It's not good. I'm losing it. Yeah. I think I've been isolating for the last 6 years. Oh, okay. So ego shredder, you're mostly struggling with. That's right. Last week we were talking about strategies and how to deal with the work environment, the social aspects. Yeah. Hakan, are you working right now? Are you a leave of absence? Are you employed? Are you unemployed? Do you have your own business? I can't remember what you do for work. And ego shredder, what do you do for work? Alan has had his own businesses. And this past week, I have one day that I work a week, and I do enjoy socializing because I feel in control of it, because it's not in an office environment like previous jobs, so I kind of have some freedom. Still in burnout and also overwhelmed. Longest one I've had. It sucks. I'm so sorry. You know what? I was really scared to go back to work after the 4 months. I literally wanted to hermit myself away from humans for the rest of my life. I'm like, I don't want to go back now. No. But at the same time, seeing how much customers that have gotten to know me miss me and go, you're back. That was like crazy. That felt really nice. But I still get really burned out because it's sensory wise, it's a lot. Oh no. If I have poor working memory, and sometimes I may not remember from week to week, so you might have to remind me of something. So I just want you to know, if I do have any of you guys repeat something from previous week, it's not because I don't care. I want you to know that. But you probably know that anyway. What kind of criticism have you received mostly? I'm not working at the moment. I have been working in the NHS. Is that it? What is the NHS? Is that like a health organization there? My concern about job is anything I do find might end up being short-term due to AI. Yeah, I relate. In a way, I relate. I have conflicting feelings about it because I've gotten comfortable in being in a menial job because that's my... Okay. I believe that the NHS is the same here. Oh, it's the NIH, National Institute of Health. In America, it's the NIH. But I thought that that's what it made me think of. So, wait. I'm sorry, I keep getting you guys confused. So, Hakon's not working. Ego Shredder is working. Was it Ego Shredder? Are you the one that was wondering about social rules at work? Yeah. The benefit of working for an organization like that is you'll always have a job, supposedly. Well, I don't know how I'm sure there's a bureaucracy with it because it's like a large organization in your country. I'm sure there's a lot of bureaucracy in the NIH here. So I'm not sure the employment guarantees or structure there. Do you, or are you able to do some of your work remotely? Oh, I know it. Ego Shredder. What work were you able to do for yourself between 2017 and 2022? I hate that, Hakon. I'm so sorry. Sometimes let me know if you guys relate. Sometimes I just get frustrated because when I explain something, I think I spell it out in black and white. And then I feel like they don't hear me. Like they take it different. And I'm like, how clear do I have to be? And so then once I immediately assess that they're not listening or understanding, I get a block. Because then I'm already awkward that now I'm frustrated that I'm not being understood for something that I think should be self-explanatory. And so then I have to figure out, okay, I want to communicate this thing and I don't understand why they don't know it. And because I don't understand why they don't understand something that should be freaking simple, how am I supposed to tell them? And I shut down. And that happens in my family too. Let's see. Because I've isolated with complete communication block. So, Hakon, do you shut down? Do you have verbal shutdowns where when you feel overwhelmed that you can't talk? I hate it, Hakon. I don't know if I have autism or not. And I'm good either way, because with my ADHD, I now understand that some things that used to be considered challenges of autism that ADHD can have as well. Sourcing oh, that's right. Sourcing products to sell on eBay and using new skills like graphic design, Photoshop, etc., video editing, data research. Well, that sounds cool. So, did you have two videos? I mean, two businesses? Were you having one where you were selling on eBay and then the other job you were doing editing, graphic design, and all of that? Sometimes, but I do participate with my 2 weekly therapy. Do you have 2 a week or do you meet bi-weekly? My counselor feels like she had suggested that I get a trauma therapist as well. And I was like, oh, no, not going to do it. No, don't make me do that. And she thought it would be beneficial for me to meet with both of. So she thought because I actually see her tomorrow. She thought that because her hours got cut in half, that I should get an adjunctive therapist that worked with ADHD stuff and see a trauma counselor to work on the things that I can't work on with her because we're busy maintaining the ADHD stuff just so I can function. It's like takes so much energy that we can't ever get to the actual emotional therapy work. So she said it would be beneficial if once a week I met with a trauma therapist for PTSD stuff, and once a week, either her or another, like maybe every other, like it's confusing. And I can't remember, that was like on my list, and I can't remember what happened that bumped it lower in priority. So I see her every 2 weeks, and it was really tough when the hours got cut in half because I almost felt like on the in-between week, I felt like I was not having the support I needed. Being autistic on the statistical research and creative image and video stuff was what I enjoyed most. That's cool. That's cool. I like to research things for sure. I go down rabbit holes. Like the last couple days, I was going down rabbit hole learning about skincare and cosmetics and what it was like for women in like the early, like the 1910s, 1920s to 1950s, a little bit in the 60s and 70s, but yeah, that was really, I was going down. Yeah. I totally lose time. The editing part, like editing videos for my channel, I get really overwhelmed with that. I almost feel like that in itself would be such a full-time job. And I don't make any money, so I can't hire somebody. But I do it as I can. And that's why sometimes my videos are terrible and I'll just post it anyway. Because it's that or nothing. Yeah. I keep switching which one of you is working and which one of you is not working. I keep doing it and I'm so sorry. Why? Why do I keep switching you guys around? Because I don't get you confused with each other. Not working. Oh, Hakon's not working. And Ego Shredder. Ego Shredder, are you working right now? My sister often recalls the time a young lad at her government workplace job walked in exactly as he loved spreadsheets and nobody else there understood it. I bet you too. Yeah. Or like maybe he's just like really loved math. So Ego Shredder is not working. I'm barely working. This sucks. I kind of feel like if it isn't for the paralysis and the PTSD of communicating and living in a different way and being so conditioned and either mocked or bullied because of being different, that it's so ingrained in you that you have fear being around other humans. And if you think about it, none of us are any less qualified for the jobs that we have done. perhaps more so, especially if it's an interest of yours. And I don't want to like sing our praises, because there are intelligent people and then there are people with intellectual disabilities that are neurodivergent. So I know that there is a huge span of all different kinds of people from all different walks of life. But I feel, and not that neurotypical people aren't smart, I don't know if it's just the fact that they are so surface. They kind of like, they're interested in things and then they kind of gloss over it and then they just go to the next thing. And I don't get that, because if I get interested about something, I want to learn everything. And I just think, I don't get that. So I feel like a lot of times neurodivergent people become experts in things in a way that other people maybe don't tend to do. Maybe they're not interested in learning everything about something. That lad at her workplace was deemed to be stupid until the moment he sorted their spreadsheets. I hate that prejudice. And it's funny. I didn't disclose my ADHD right away. Like, I disclosed when I worked at different locations. I've worked for the same company forever. So I have worked in different roles in different locations, and I've done a little bit of everything. And some bosses I've been able to disclose, and some coworkers I can, and sometimes I can't. I've had good luck with the particular company I work at as far as the culture. It's one of the very few places that I've been able to disclose. But we have a relatively new manager. He's British, actually. I don't know where he's from. I'll have to ask him next time I see him. Yeah, some of the older ladies come in and I think they have a crush on him because of his accent. And he comes from a hospitality background. So he used to work with at hotels. So he's very, very polite, very accommodating of everybody. And some of the older ladies, it's so cute. They're like, I could listen to him talk forever, because they love the British accent. And I'm like, lady, you're gonna embarrass yourself. He's married. I'm like hoping he doesn't walk around the corner. Alan, I know that one of you guys have known of Sienna. I think I started talking to you guys about her a little bit. If you find her, I can't remember her last name, but she has worked with other content creators that are autistic content creators. And she and I have communicated a little bit. My heart just went out to her. My heart went out to her because you listen to her talk. She's very articulate, and she really has a lot to share. And you can tell that she's been through it. You know, she's been through it. Her own stepmother didn't believe she was blind. It's like, what the fuck? Sorry. She was born completely blind and autistic because of and I can't remember the name. It's like something dysplasia health condition that she was born with. So she has a condition that caused her to be 100% blind, nothing. You know, and there are different kinds of blindness. So some people can be legally blind, but maybe they can see some things, but she is completely blind. Her own stepmother would doubt that she was blind. What? That does not make sense to me. Like when she finally got diagnosed with her autism, I think it took a while for them to even diagnose her with autism. I don't know if it's because she was blind and maybe they assumed that her behaviors or her frustrations or sensitivities was because of frustration, and she wasn't allowed to feel. How is she supposed to be able to walk around? She couldn't, I'm like, her hands are her eyes. I'm sorry, that bothered me so much. I felt so much for her. And there was another person that I saw content on who is legally blind, but he can actually focus on you. I think I talked about this in one of my videos. And he went into a restaurant And he brought his service dog with him, and he had that special harness, and it said like disabled or something or blind. And the guy walked up to him and he says, "You can tell me the truth. He's an emotional service dog, isn't he?" And he goes, "No, I'm actually blind." And he says, "Look, I know what you're doing. You're looking at me. I know you can see. I see what you're doing. You have to leave." And they kicked the guy out. And it's just like between the different things I've seen, even in my own workplace, and I'm realizing that it is so common, the misconceptions of autism and ADHD, and the bias that they're not going to fight you, but they when you try to share with them and correct them information, they automatically shut you down. "I don't believe that." And they'll like walk away. And it's like, what the fuck? I appreciate being disregarded here. Who knows more about this, you or me? I'm not trying to be offended, but let's be rational about this here. It's like, how do you think you know more about a neurodevelopmental disability? Okay, she worked with this person worked with autistic, and that if she ever ends up seeing this, I'm very sorry, and I love you and you're awesome. And it's nothing bad. I'm starting to realize that this reaction, this disbelief of other people who have disabilities because they're able to mask so well, or they're able to look just like everyone else, it just seems like it's the norm. It seems like there's so much of if I don't see it, it's not real. You must be faking. I don't understand that. Have I given you any reason to think I'm faking? Has anybody else given you reason to believe they're faking? I'm sure people like that must exist. But why do they believe that? Like, that's the very first thing they go to. And then they will argue with you. They'll say something, and it's not, the things that they believe aren't based on facts. They're based on what something seems like to them. Why do they think they know more? You know? How are you guys doing? Do you want me to let you go? I know that it says that I have one person. Sorry, I didn't mean to get on a soapbox about that. Who is still here with me? Ego Shredder, are you still here? Alan, I don't understand why it's prevalent. And when I'm honest with myself and I look back at my own beliefs before I was diagnosed with ADHD, I had the same exact reaction. I was like, that's a bunch of crap. And when I realized that when I was doing a video about this, in the middle of the video, I was like, wow. It says reconnecting. Are you guys still here with me? I noticed it did that last week too. If you need me to, hey babe, if you need me to shut this down, let me know. I've been on here for a little while already, but just let me know. Yeah. It's not bothering you? Okay. So, who was it that was asking about the social rules at work? I had asked my mom if she wanted to do a live with me, and I believe, she might not be, she might have ADHD, but I believe that. You think so? Okay. So you guys I haven't broken up. Has the picture been clear? Has any of my audio cut out at all? Just let me know if you're able to, I guess. But Ego Shredder or Hakan, I'm curious, would it be helpful for you if I asked my mom to join one of us? Because she's very in tune with that thinking in a workplace. And if it wasn't for her, I wouldn't have understood certain things. And before we knew I was neurodivergent, I do remember my parents telling me it did drop in and out. Okay. The only thing on my side where is a slight delay. Okay. Am I coming in okay right now? Yeah, I was thinking maybe it would be helpful. I'll ask her how she feels about it instead of just springing it on her. But she's kind of a no-nonsense kind of person. And I had a nice talk with her about this last week, about how dumb I thought it was, like all the requirements. Yeah, if your mom has insights, yeah. So she and I were having this debate last week, and I don't remember if I mentioned this to you guys or not, or if this was after. This might have been after my live with you. So I was talking to her. I don't remember which day it was. And I was telling her how I felt. I was explaining how autistic and just neurodivergent people in general don't tend to respect the hierarchy as much. We're hired to do a job. And nobody tells you that your number one rule and first requirement is to kiss your boss's ass, is to make your boss happy. It's just like an understood thing, which I don't get. And I'm like, why should I care about that? Right? And so there's all these things that other people know that you have to worry about. Now, that's kind of awkward because you also don't want to be obvious about it, correct? You don't want it to come across to other people like you're kissing ass, because then they'll be jealous of you. They'll be upset about that. And then like the miscommunications. I hate all of this stuff. I hate the office politics. I was never good at it. I think I finally started to understand in my 20s a little bit. Yeah, a little bit. It has to do, and I can talk to her a little bit about this because I'm like you guys, I don't get it. And I kind of feel like, let me know, do you guys feel this way? I feel like, aren't we there to do a job? Why does the social aspect and the social considerations of making sure the boss's feelings aren't hurt and making sure that they are not threatened by you and they feel you're their cheerleader? I'll tell you one thing not to do. Have you guys seen Ego Shredder? As you said, we ND people get locked onto one thing and can't. This is true. In the workplace, this is a disaster when you have to. Oh, yes. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. This week was bad. My work day this week was bad. I don't know why I keep going. I think part of it is the other jobs that I've had in previous companies. I lasted 6 months to 2 years tops. If I didn't end up being on the bad side, and I didn't understand why, I didn't understand things. I didn't know what I was doing was wrong. I still don't understand. And that was so long ago that I have nobody to ask about it. Like, how do I go from, like, when I start a job, people liking you, and then, now granted, I'm not the same, well, I am the same person. It's so tricky. That line you have to walk is kind of tricky. It's kind of tricky. I'll tell you what things not to do. Do not criticize your boss in front of their boss. If your boss is wrong about something, even though you care about the company, don't say it. Don't say it. Do not say it. Do not say it in a meeting. I'm just telling you this right now. This might seem like a given, but for some people it's not. And because we think differently, right? So have you guys seen, I think she mostly does TikToks, but she has a channel here on YouTube. And it's called Musings, M-U-S-I-N-G-S, Musings of My ADHD, Autism and ADHD Mind. So Musings of My ADHD Mind. I think that's the name of it. And her main struggle is the hierarchy. So she is extremely talented and she cares very much about the jobs. And she can see when people are doing things inefficiently. And she knows things that will improve. And she gets fired. And it's very hurtful for her because she feels like it's bullshit. And I don't blame her. You know, and I'm like, when she mentions in her videos some of the things she says, I don't understand why this happened. I feel like going, oh, don't do that. Oh, don't do that. So I can help to a point. I mean, because there's some things that I probably still will be learning as well. You know how some of us I don't know how high masking you guys are. I have learned that women who, I know I'm not supposed to say higher functioning or lower support, I don't know what. Higher functioning, lower support needs, higher masking, whatever. So women tend to be higher masking. I think that some of it's probably conditioned because we socialize young girls to be mothers and to organize things and do all these things. So from when you're a child, you are forced to be more social. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know if our neurodivergence is slightly different than men. But I learned things the hard way, guys. The hard way. So sometimes, and it might kill you, sometimes you might have to bite your tongue on something that drives you absolutely batshit crazy. That you know is wrong and is stupid. And it shouldn't be a certain way. And yet that's just how the way the culture is. So you have a choice with some of these things. You can choose to, I mean, if something bothers you and there really is a better way of doing things, I would talk to a family member. I'm going to read these things, Ego Shredder, in a second. I just feel like I'm going to lose my thought. So bear with me. I'm so sorry. Tell me if this is something you guys already know. Because I feel like we're all in different, we could possibly be in different places in how we're learning this, and also in different places with the particular struggles that we have. So the positive side to me being really, really high masking is that I feign normalcy very well. The bad side of me being high masking is I get very ill. I make myself sick and I feel insane and I feel like I'm going to snap and go crazy. As you said, we neurodivergent people get locked into one thing and can't stop. Yes, especially if the thing is something you're doing at work. Oh yeah, that's what I was going to say. In the workplaces, I hate it. I hate it so much. And I was trying to figure out like what kind of work environment these days doesn't have you do that. Because ever since COVID, like companies, at least, especially retail, and I'm thinking when I talk to customers, I'll shoot the breeze with them. I can do the small talk. So if you want to learn how to do small talk, I got that in the bag. I can help you guys with that. It's a little uncomfortable at first, but I can help you guys with that. Do you guys want me to talk about that at all? So, sorry. So what I was going to say, now that we have the self-checkouts, there was like a period during my last workday where I literally was walking back and forth to my register. So while I'm ringing, like 3 different times I had to stop the transaction with the same customer to walk around to fix the self-checkouts, and both of them were stopped, and then to come back. And now the beeping isn't, I hate it, especially when both of those things are talking over each other. Because what Alan was saying about misophonia, ugh. Oh, I have something interesting to tell you guys about that I learned from my counselor that blew my fucking brain. I mean, I don't know how to say it nicely. It blew my mind. But yeah, that was happening. And then the handhelds were just crazy loud. And there were 2 different babies that were screaming and crying. I literally had to just stop. And I had a line of people just staring at me. And I'm like, I'm really sorry. I had to say I'm sorry to the lady. I'm like, I'm sorry. I have sensory issues. I can't. I have no idea what they're saying, and I have no idea what you're saying, because you guys are talking over each other, and I can't. And then I was trying to explain it to the manager I was working, who's actually a younger kid. He's like, oh, I just tune it out. And I had to explain to him, now that I learned, why we can't, well, some of us, if you have the same issue that I do, I know we have like different sensory profiles from each other, but it turns out, and I'll actually share it on my community tab if I haven't already. Here, let me go back, because I feel like I might be skipping over something that he was asking me. Oh yeah, that sucks, man. I had to answer the phone that was ringing, ring the lady up, walk back and forth, fix the self-checkout. Luckily, I wasn't having to do photo orders. And then some of the people walking up and dropping off packages to be with for the mail. And then other people, like, there were packages that I was supposed to go at, so I'm like having my manager do that. There's also like a thing where people can shop online, and we can go around the store and get the items and bag it up for them. And then you got to print out a label and stick it on a shelf. So if somebody goes, I have a package to pick up. Well, do you have a photo order? Do you have a shopping order? Do you have a postal order? What kind of order do you have? What? What order do you have? Where am I looking for your order? Oh my God. I once had a situation where a store boss approached and greeted me. Let me read this for your ego shredder. Did I skip anything? I hate to have to multitask. It is starting to really stress me out. I make myself do it. I still internalize the ableism and feel like I could do it if I want to. When I'm there, I'm starting to kind of like be aware and tune into like my feelings at work, which is crazy. And I never realized I never did that. And the spikes in anxiety and the pain in my stomach, I never tuned into my body. I never tuned into my feelings. I never knew to connect to that. I'm always panicking. Even though I've been working in retail since 1993, on and off. Like, I am very good, and I can get the line going fast. Like, I'm very capable. I logically know not to have anxiety. It still happens. And it's because the expectations of the job are greater than a person can do. But yet the other people know that and they don't freak out. They all get stressed because it's retail. So I once had a situation where the store boss approached and greeted me enthusiastically about my music while my department boss was giving... I don't understand. How did that happen? That's a very, very strange situation to happen. How odd. Oh, did they just like walk up and say, hey, by the way, and not realize that you were getting talked to by a manager? Fine with the genuine small talk, I guess, just not the fake version where you have to pretend. I know. I have a way to explain it, and it might seem not nice. It might be biased on my part. Sometimes I think, I noticed that other neurodivergent people that I've worked with felt the same way. I'm like, why are so many people stupid? I feel like so mean, but it was like, why are so many people dumb? There's a lot of dumb people out there. It makes me sad. I don't know if they're not teaching people things in school anymore. I don't know, but it's like, it's depressing. It's depressing. Like, people aren't using basic logic. So if you think of these people, and I know that's not a very nice thing, it's probably not very helpful. They don't care. They don't care about the things we care about. And it's easy to forget when you get excited and then they bring up a thing that you're interested in. I almost feel like when somebody finally talks about something in depth I'm interested in, it feels like I've been in a desert, an intellectually starved desert. Like, I have things I'm interested in and I get in trouble because I'll go on and on and on. I could chat with people forever, and you got to keep the line moving. You can't do that, but it kills me, man. Don't worry, Alan. If anybody makes you feel guilty, don't shop there. I know that sounds, sometimes depending on where you are, sometimes there are not a lot of stores. If you're in a very rural area, I know you travel a lot. Too many aspects of job description in retail, yeah, it's tough. It's tough because I'm really sorry I have to swear. There's no other nice way to say this. There are a lot of assholes out there. And the thing is that I think there's a percentage of them. And luckily there's a lot of wonderful customers too that make up for it, especially the people that really do appreciate you helping them. And I think the thing that makes me feel good, at least for me, and any of you guys have worked in retail. Okay, good. Any of you guys have worked in retail? Do you get ego shredder? You've worked in retail, and I've worked in retail. Hakan, have you worked in retail before? And Alan's work. Alan, I know that you've owned some clubs, but have you ever done the customer service aspect? So my question is, for those of you who have worked retail, have you had a similar experience where customers are like shocked that you're nice to them and it's not like a difficult thing, and it makes you realize how insincere and unhelpful other people can be? You want to talk about that justice thing. They say people with autism can have a thing for sensitivity to justice and hating to see things that are done wrong. Oh, okay. So, but the customer service aspect, do you feel, Ego, I think that you did say something similar to me. I think you, and to us last week, didn't you say like was it a supermarket you were cashiering and then somebody was being a jerk and then you kind of like made a joke at their expense to somebody else and it kind of like lightened the mood? But do you feel like the people who do appreciate your helpfulness, do you get a similar response? Like people are like, wow, you're so nice and you're not really doing anything. You're just being kind. And that's just like how you feel everyone should be because it's not hard. And like, why? Like, I'll have customers come up to me saying, you're the nicest person here. That makes me sad. It shouldn't be that way. The only retail I've done was volunteering at a charity shop. Hakan, are you the one that said that you shut down? And sometimes if you get frustrated, stop talking? It's hard to communicate. Did you ever have that happen while you were at work? I have it happen sometimes. Like I feel like I could, if it's a bad day and I got spoken to by the boss and I'm like, or I had somebody be really mean to me and it's a customer, and a lot of times I'm just indignant about it because it's so unnecessary. But I can't remember what situations were that make you feel really bad about yourself. And so you just shut down. But it's hard because people walk to your register. You have to say, hi, how you doing? Do you have your store card today? Can I help you find anything? So it's like, you can't not talk to them either. I've done that. Yeah, I do remember that. That was really nice. You don't have to do that, but you wanted to. Yeah. I remember that. Was that in Ego Shredder? Was that like a grocery store you were working at? Incidentally, while he's typing, I just curious. Has this so far? I know we've only met like maybe twice now or 3 times. Let me know if this has been helpful for you guys at all. I know we haven't gotten into the meat and the potatoes of it yet. Not really. Let's see. I've done a bit of Robin Hood, Hakan. Not really at work. So I had a very good handle on things, mask, etc. I've been a mess. Oh, I don't think you told me about that. God bless you, Ego. God bless you, God bless you, God bless you. To me, that sounds like a nightmare. To me, that sounds like the equivalent of working at Walmart, which is a nightmare, which is why people don't work there. And then everybody in their mother. Sorry, I'm just going to do the neurodivergent, like, thinking. Tell me if this is a me thing or neurodivergent thing, if you guys feel the same way. I feel like saying, or maybe it's a working in retail thing. It's like, what do you not understand? Do you want to work in Walmart? No, I would not. Well, I don't see you applying. So shut up. I mean, like, where's the disconnect? People are entitled and they think somebody's got to go out of their way to be there for them, but they don't realize, like, they don't put themselves in the shoes. Like, those are human beings and they need people to work there in order for you to get that service. And guess what? They don't have to work there if they don't want to. And chances are, if they have people like you treating them like shit, they're not going to stay there. Just saying. The narc thing destroyed coping mechanisms. I have two competing urges right now. My initial reaction to that is saying, oh, I'm going to help you. Like, woo, I have so much to share. But at the same time, because I had to learn about codependency because of my situation, and I don't want to get into too much personal stuff about me right now, also am catching myself by my initial gut feeling, want to rush in and save people. So me thinking I can help you comes from a good place, but maybe I can't. So I always have to try to, like, tone that down, because my heart wants to rush in and help you, because I kind of feel like I feel you on that one. That sucks. I'm so sorry. How many years was this a romantic relationship or a family member? If it's too personal, you don't have to share. And how many years were you living with that situation? And how long has it been since you've been out of that situation? If it's not too personal for me to ask. Alan, I take off my people to people that work in retail industries, etc., as there's too much pressure to perform. I know it. Well, at this point, you know what I did? After I came back from my burnout, I realized, you know what? Other people don't care as much as I do. Other people, like, when they say, do you give 100%? I hear this time and time again. And Alan and I met, there's a woman named Genevieve Knight. And she has a channel at I'm a Dog Too, and now she's traveling. I actually caught part of her live stream this morning, Alan, and I think she mentioned me towards the end, but because I caught it in the middle, I went backwards and started playing it from the beginning, because I haven't watched hers in a long time. So I missed that. But she says she has autism. Sorry, I forgot to say why I was bringing that up. And she'll say, don't give 100%, because autism and ADHD people, some of us can be very literal. So we hear 100%, you give 100%, you deplete yourself, you get ill, and you could end up in the hospital. But you don't realize that other people are literally not giving 100%. They automatically know to go, okay, how much energy and time do I need to self-care? We don't even think that way. We don't put ourselves first. Maybe because of our experiences growing up, having people tell us that we're wrong, that we're doing things wrong all the time. Maybe we've been so conditioned because we've had those negative experiences that we always put people first. I don't know. Or maybe it's our brain thinks differently. But in either case, we're used to thinking of other people first. And I know it's so cliche, it's so easy to say and so hard to do. You know, that they say when you're on an airplane, you know, the mother should take the mask and give herself the mask first and then give the child the mask, because if she gives the child the mask first for the oxygen and she passes out and dies, who's going to take care of that kid? Right? Who's going to do that? But I think especially for neurodivergence, we have that weakness. Well, I notice a tendency. I don't know if it's different for everybody, but it seems to me like she really touched on a nerve with me with that. That really hit home. And I've seen that. I've seen that on some of the other content creators, YouTube channels that are autism content creators. They say, they tell us to give 100% and we don't. Have you guys seen Adam James? He does these little shorts. I think they were on TikTok first. His wife's name's Becca, and she was a nurse, and she has autism and ADHD. I see something about chronic fatigue. I gave 100%, but the faster I tried to work, the less I got. Me too, every freaking day. And I pushed through it. Chronic fatigue and autism, ADHD imposes limit. Yep. We have to try harder. First of all, we're taking it literal, and we don't realize we're giving more than the average person. Because the average person, the neurotypical person, knows I only have this much energy that I can give. Right? And I need this much. I need to eat. I need to go to bed at this time. I need to focus on my family. But we don't think about that. We're like single-minded. We're monotropic thinkers. So we get there and we're like, what's the job? I don't want to be in trouble. I want to make a good impression. Am I going to be singled out again? I want to be invisible and I want to do the best job I possibly can. So then you give way more. And yet other people seem to know this, not to do that. And they don't do that. They don't care as much as we do. And then we get sick. And then we wonder why. And it's really hard if you haven't learned that yet. Like this is a process for me right now that I'm kind of starting to learn. And I almost feel like that burnout that forced me not to be able to work was like a slap in the face, like, wake up, girl. They don't care. You're a cashier. What are you making yourself sick for? What am I good for? Am I going to be able to help my family? Am I going to be able to do anything if I end up being so sick that I can't work? I can't do that. And then I realized, like with you, the same thing with you guys. Like, got two people here that are like me that can't work right now for similar reasons. And Alan, I think, is retired. I don't know. And he does a lot of charity work. And it shouldn't be this way. It shouldn't be this way. I just feel like, why is the onus on us? Like, yes, other people can't, not that we want to be fixed, not that we want to fix ourselves, but in the sense of us being able to operate in this neurotypical world. It's like, I can't, and you guys can tell me, I can't think of a way or a place or any aspect that we can fit ourselves in order to be productive members of society where we don't have to change ourselves for, you know what I mean? Yeah. I hate doing that too, Alan. I just feel guilty. And I want to care. And it's almost like, where's that line of what's healthy? And when is it too much? And I think we think differently than other people. Oh, the thing I was going to mention about Adam James, he does these things where, at first it was really short little things like, I'm neurotypical, my wife is neurodivergent. Hey, Becca, what do you think of this? And she always mirrors things that I think. So it's kind of funny. And sometimes he just laughs and I'm like, that's not funny. Leave her alone. But they were talking about this. He says, Becca, what do you think when somebody says to give 100%? And she goes, give 100%. And he goes, you're right, but you're not actually supposed to give 100%. And she's like, well, then why do they say that? And I feel like that too. She goes, well, then what do other people do? Don't they feel bad? Don't they feel lazy? She goes, well, what do you do? And he goes, well, I know. And it's assumed that in order to take care of myself, to be able to do the things I need to do to take care of me so I'm good for everyone else and me, I have to take care of me first. And they know because they have to do that too. And I know what giving 100, this is what he says. He's neurotypical. He says, what giving 100% means is knowing what I have left over. So how much energy do I have left over after these requirements that I need to do to keep myself healthy? What is that? And give 100% of that. I never even thought that you would have permission to do that. I always felt like when they say give 100%, like when you're at work, you're supposed to be dedicated to work. And when you're at home, you can be at home. I didn't think that it was understood that neurotypical people is like one of these unspoken things that they know, right? So let's see. Let me scroll up and see what I missed. I think this is a really important conversation, guys, and I'm really glad that we're having it. I'm really glad that we're having it because I think this is going to help us because we each might struggle with different things. And although this is not in any means, and I'm just going to say it again, you guys already know this. I think I've said this before, but in case anybody else pops in here, like I don't know if the number's accurate. If anybody's here that does not know me, I am not a mental health professional. I am not a doctor. I am not qualified to give you any advice. All I can say is what I think might be good advice in a certain situation that I might have gone through, but use your discretion, use your understanding of your particular things that you're struggling with and go from there. And I might be wrong. I might be wrong. What's good for me or works for me may not work for somebody else. So Ego Shredder says, what employers and supervisors do not realize is that they would have loyal, productive, right? Autistic workers, if they took the pressure off them. I know it's kind of backwards, right? So I kind of felt like that with my time blindness. And I'm trying to learn with, I guess people with ADHD can have meltdowns as well, but they don't necessarily call them meltdowns, but I think it's kind of the same thing. And I'm kind of trying to discern because I'm sorting through all of this and learning about my own neurodivergence. Like some of the stuff I know from 25 years ago and some of the stuff is brand new. So, yeah, I don't know how much of it is a emotional sensitivity and me taking things personally, maybe thinking literally, and what, just having a hard time and what emotional reactions cross the threshold of just being emotional to an actual meltdown. But if it's what I think, I was calling them spirals, where it gets so bad that you get like almost not hysterical, but like your brain shuts off. At least for me, because I have an ADHD brain. If I get overwhelmed, my brain shuts off and I'm effed. Then I can't do jack and my brain shuts off. And then it takes me hours to calm down. Ego Shredder Hawkins says, I was led by example type of leader. Oh, I was a lead by example type of leader. You got to be a supervisor, Hakan? That's awesome. Alan, Hakan, you know too many middle management in the NHS and not enough nurses. I don't know how it is in England, Alan, but being a nurse, and it's funny because I recently saw somebody who's not neurodivergent. I don't think no, he is. He is neurodivergent and he's a nurse. And I can't remember if it's autism, ADHD, or both. And most of his content is about nursing. Oh my God, guys. Nursing's horrible. And it's not even the patient care part. There is like widespread bullying. And he was talking about, and like I knew about this when I was in school. Have I told you guys that I was in nursing school? I was in nursing school for a year and my family moved, so it kind of messed it up. And then I was out of the program. But I was doing research on this stuff before I went into nursing school because I wanted to be a nurse before. And I was a caretaker in my life. And I did go to a vocational counselor and she's like, I don't think you should go into nursing. And I said, well, how come? And she says, because you're a caretaker. So you're going to get burned out. And I knew it was a burnout field to begin with. So at that point, I didn't know, doing reflection, I just didn't think it was a good job for me. But then later on, when years went by and I was a totally different place in my life and I was no longer a caretaker, I thought, well, if I learn about codependence and I learn the healthy balance, there's a balance. You have to have like what they call loving detachment, which is really tough. But I kind of took it to heart because all of the jobs that I thought about doing, anytime that I end up in a crossroads like I am now, where I start to reevaluate, okay, what are all the different kind of jobs I could do? What are my abilities? What are the things I'm drawn to? What would be good for me, as well as out of all those, what actually makes enough money that I can survive on? And it takes months. I feel like I've been through this process all the time and I don't move forward. Anyway, that's a different discussion. But when I actually did the work and I went on to in the US we have, and that vocational counselor actually told me. So in the US, I don't know how it is in England. This is not always, but generally speaking, a lot of times counselors that help people students in college decide what direction they want to go in, they don't always know the information if it's a good job. Their focus, and I've been told this, and then after reflecting, I've thought, they're kind of right in some of these places. So they try to help you figure out what you would be good at and what you would enjoy. But me going through this and still being a cashier, I'm like, I got to pay my bills. I want to take care of my mom. And now this was 2012 and it's 2025. Like I'm in a worse place than I was. But anyway, when I was sorting through all of these fields what I did was I made a list of everything. I'm like, okay, fantasy BS thing that I know that's not going to pay me money. That's bad. I just wrote it all down. And then we have the Bureau of Labor Statistics, BLS.org. And it's not OSHA because that has to do with keeping employees safe. OSHA is an organization that can show up at work sites to make sure that employees aren't in harm's way. But, ONET. I don't know if it's O.net, but these are two national databases in the US. So they have all the statistics. The Bureau of Labor Statistics is a good one. So let's say you can look up what is the cost of living, and let me know if I'm boring or I'm getting way off topic. What is the cost of living in your state and where you live? And then what I did is I made a list of everything. So I'm like, even the stuff that I knew that make shit money. I'm like, hairdresser. I love beauty. Beautician, dog walker, vet tech, to work in a vet. I love animals. Elder care, nursing, teacher, all the different kinds of teachers, special ed teachers, regular teachers, high school, preschool, all of it, and university, and I don't know, there's a bunch of other ones. Counseling, therapist, psychiatrist, psychologist, licensed clinical social worker. I just wrote them all down. And then I went to the Bureau of Labor Statistics and I looked up the average, because they have like a chart of the low end to the mean to like the high end of like how much they make. And you can also see if there's a lot of places hiring for that, if the job is growing or if it's going away. So at least before you actually go to university, you decide, okay, I'm changing career fields. I want to make sure there's going to be a job when I get out. I got some incorrect information the first time I did that because I started with phlebotomy. That is when you go to the lab and you get your blood drawn. And I did really well. And it turns out that, and I was shocked because I hadn't been in college for years. And I was so petrified I was going to fail because I had so much trouble the first time I was in college and I dropped out because of my learning issues with my neurodivergence. I think that I went above and beyond and overcompensated. So I didn't have a 4.0, but I got A's and B's. And I ended up doing so well that I was like in an honor society, which blows my mind because I struggled so much in school. Like, I can't even tell you, both times in high school and in college. So I don't know how that happened. I don't think I slept a lot. I think I just did homework. I'm totally getting off topic. We were talking about career. I don't even know how I got into that. Oh, we're talking about nurses. Yeah. The guy who is neurodivergent. Sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I just went. I don't know if any of that will be helpful if you guys are changing careers, but I'm thinking if you guys are in another country, if you're in England, England's kind of similar to the US and how the development. Yeah, I'm not academically either. So yeah, if you guys ever decide to change careers, I don't know why I didn't know about that before, but I would have known to do that. It's very daunting to look at some of these databases. It's overwhelming and it takes a long time. So if you find yourself at a crossroad and at any point, any stage in your life, middle age, even older, like sometimes people completely change directions and you feel like maybe your job goes away and the field that you're working in goes away and you have to now pivot, which is so hard for neurodivergent people. It's hard for everybody. I'm thinking I know that to me it's devastating. Like I've been stuck since I got out of nursing school. I haven't been able to pivot. I haven't been able to decide what direction I want to go in because I was like traumatized. And so I don't know what to do. And I feel like I've done school for so many years now. And if I do the phlebotomy thing and I go get a job, because I do have that, I graduated in 2012. Now, granted, the woman who did the test, when she called each of us to tell us if we passed or failed for the licensing, which I've kept current, she told me not to tell anyone, but she did tell me that I passed top of my class. I was like, yay! So that was such a boost. Like, I'm capable. I am really smart. I can do it. It is okay. But when I got out, there was like no jobs unless I wanted to work at the Red Cross, which I didn't know. And it made less money than I was told. So that was discouraging. So yeah, the one thing that's been stopping me from doing that, which is the actual degree I got, Alan, I don't know. I feel like people like Jen, this is somebody we both know that you guys might not know her. And she's neurodivergent and she's got this like new agey spiritual side, which I do as well. So she can kind of talk to me in a way that may seem woo-woo to you guys, but I keep getting feedback from people that I should do what I love, that I should stop worrying and have this. But I feel like since before my dad passed away, I want to be an adult, you know, I want to make enough money to survive. And I wanted to work harder, not smarter. So I took all of these, the thing I was just telling you, the process I went through. When I went through all of these jobs I ever thought of, and that's also performing and maybe being a painter, painting a background on a set, like working in theater, like everything I've ever thought of. And I might not have even like been interested in those things anymore. There was a lot of creative stuff, but I noticed a lot of it was either helping people or animals. The thing with nursing is hard is the caretaking aspect. And I have a bad back, so that probably was a blessing in disguise. And then out of all of those things, the only things that made enough money for me to not have to worry anymore was nursing, being a therapist, or being a teacher. And they aren't ideal. Like, I wanted to be an artist. But I have a lot of starving artist relatives and friends, and that's real. not that I don't want to do those things, but I wanted to find something that made me enough money so I wouldn't have to worry. And then maybe I could do that part-time and then have time to do my passion. I'm so afraid if I do what I want that I won't get stability. Yeah. I can, but doing that stuff is not something you can rely on. We can talk about that soon. I know, it's like I know better. You can do it, but if anybody's creative here, you know what I'm talking about. So I don't remember how much I told you guys. I was going to do my own business selling jewelry I made. And I actually this was like another part of my life. Sometimes I achieved more than I imagined. I panicked and had a weird kind of guilt, which was indeed real interesting. Ego Shutter, did you have, what's that word? I can't remember the word for it. Where you deny that you have the problem. I forget the word for that. Something syndrome. Imposter syndrome. Sometimes weird kind of guilt. I don't understand. We're told we are stupid by normies. Yep. Oh, they don't say it necessarily. Maybe when you're young, but you're sensitive to it. Right? And so then it's just like, then you imagine it because you're so afraid. So you don't even know if you're picking up, if that's what they're thinking. And then sometimes I'm like, am I projecting? So when we do well, I'm sorry. Just think about it this way. There is a saying, and Alan, I love you and you're helping me. I'm going to come back to that. I think that it would, if anybody here is creative and considering doing something in a creative field, I can only speak to selling your artwork. So I don't really want to go down that rabbit hole yet because then I'll get derailed. And there was something, I'm kind of torn because I want to talk about both. I have so many conflicting feelings about that ego shutter. I feel you. It fucks with our head. I'm sorry for swearing. There's no nice way to say it. I feel like our experiences, even as adults, even looking back, even if you're able to put it in perspective, not to excuse people's behavior, but to understand that they don't know better. Some of them. Because so many people think that way. Otherwise, nice people. So I don't really know how to reconcile that. Even like people I've worked with, I've seen being cruel. And they don't even know it. Being cruel to neurodivergent people coming to pick up their scripts. And it bothers me. And I'm exhausted. And they don't believe me anyway when I try. And it's like, you know. It's okay, ego. I want you guys to know, and I might have said this before, and I think this might have to do with part of my neurodivergence. If I comment back to you on my channel, like if we comment and talk to each other on either a community post or a video I did, and I do that a lot, like with Alan, we've been talking back and forth on, and I don't even remember what it is. I'll just write back. I will have no idea that it just goes on and on forever. I'll just be like, well, and I can literally type almost as fast as I can talk, and I forget other people can't do that. And in a way it's good, but it's also really bad because I will not have a concept of how much I said until I stop. And I'm thinking I'm just saying like a couple things. And then I go back and I just see it goes on and on and on. And I'm like, holy shit. What did I just say? Oh my God, it's a problem. and it's always been that way with me, right? I don't know if you guys have that too. I don't know if but like other people in my ADHD group I was at, they didn't have that issue. This one person that became a friend of mine, his name was Brian, and he's like, Sherry, stop saying you're sorry. He got so mad. I'm like, I can't help it. I have to apologize because people get annoyed, and I get it. But we understand. I'm like, but it's annoying. Like, I don't want to be that person, I don't want to take over the entire space. So yeah, you saying it's hard to condense. I'm also sorry if, as again, I guess maybe this is my thing. The same old thoughts. Like, I'm sorry I talk too much. Maybe it's better for me to be on this side. There's a woman that I made friends with. She lives in Canada, and she can't type messages out. So she will dictate them. And then she feels insecure because she'll read some of my content, my comments that are really long, and she'll say, "You're so articulate. I'm so sorry. I can't." And I'm like, "I'm sorry. I'm just weird." And I might edit something 3 or 4 times. I'll go back and I'll be like, "Oh shit, it's a one long paragraph." So I'll go back and I'm like, "Damn." I'll open it up and I'll like, everything's spelled wrong. And I'll be like, paragraph, edit, paragraph. So yeah, by the time she's got it, I've edited it like 3 times, and I have to be careful because then I can't shorten it. I have no idea. My brain, is this a neurodivergent thing? I have no idea. I feel like all the facts that I say are important. I don't know how to summarize simply what I'm trying to say. And I get this a lot with my family. They're like, just say it, Hi, Elizabeth. How are you doing today? Nice to see you. Welcome. My name is Sherry. I'm neurodivergent. I have ADHD, but you do not have to have ADHD. You do not have to have autism to be here. Welcome. I hope you're having a great day wherever you are. We are a very supportive, welcoming, small but growing community, and you are welcome here anytime. I come here, just started. We're doing Thursdays at 3:30 Eastern Standard Time. So that's the East Coast in the US. So I don't know where you are. I don't know what country you are. Right now, in my time, it's 6:34, if that helps you. So I hope I get to see you more if you come and then leave. Ego Shredder. Let me scroll up to see what I missed. Yeah, I ramble. And I do want to say I'm sorry because I don't want to suck all the air out of the room because I can type so darn fast, right? Or too much, or like here, even though it's my channel, I might miss. I feel like I'm going to sneeze. Sorry. I hope I didn't deafen you guys. Hard to read comments. With the music, I always paced as the leader. With music, I was always paced as the leader and expert of any project, whether I wanted that role or not. Well, that makes sense because that's your interest, right? That's one of your interests. I had massive self-confidence in music-related, see, because you're an expert. No self-doubt at all. Yeah, it's the hierarchy, and it's the social expectations, the unwritten rules of how to behave in a work environment. And it all depends, because the unwritten rules in a retail environment job versus an office environment job might be 2 different things. Let's see. I do that as well. Sorry for this, sorry for that. I say sorry too much. Alan, never say sorry. You explain things in long form like me. Okay. It took me years to stop apologizing for everything. I started again recently. Yeah, it's hard, right? Like, how are we not supposed to do that? I was thinking about that. If your whole life you have like 10 times more negative comments said to you and you're used to feeling wrong all the time, being punished, acting different than other people, how does that form your opinion of yourself versus another person who has a fraction of that? right? That's normal. Now, it doesn't help you. I mean, it helps you to understand why, but so I'm thinking, okay, so they call this, have you guys heard of rejection sensitivity disorder or rejection sensitivity dysphoria or whatever, RSD? It's usually, they would talk about it a lot with ADHD, but I believe that people with autism have it too. Even people who struggle with depression, bipolar. Elizabeth, by the way, I don't know if I said before, my name is Sherry. My content is about, I'm an adult with ADHD. I also have depression. And over the years, I have struggled and found some things that help me, but recently felt like I can't be the only one who feels isolated. So I'm just trying to form a community where people can come and be themselves, and we can just be supportive of each other. And you don't have to have any of those issues at all to be here. I mean, it might be helpful. And we don't always talk about these things either. Sometimes we just talk about fun stuff, whatever people want to talk about. So people are welcome to come and be themselves and unmask. And like what we're talking about here, Elizabeth, are you still here? Do you or someone you know struggle with ADHD, autism, depression, bipolar, anxiety, anything like that? And if it's personal, you don't have to talk about it at all. I'm drinking coffee, guys. I don't know if this is a bad idea. I drank it all. Oh, I have a sip left. Oh, I'm so sorry if that was loud. I always forget until later that sounds end up sounding like crazy loud. It says I got 5 people. Hello, everybody who is new here. Please feel free to like if you're having fun, if you're learning something new, if you want to feel supported by people who just accept you for who you are. And you don't have to impress anybody. And you can just be yourself. And you can have whatever weird hobbies you want, as long as you're not hurting anybody. As long as everybody's nice to each other, I'm happy. You guys will have to let me know if I'm breaking up, because I'm not seeing movement. So I don't know if people are still here. Wow, it's almost been 3 hours. It's almost been 3 hours. Has this been helpful to you guys so far? I know that I get derailed very easily, and I have gone from topic to topic to topic. And Ego Shredder and Hakan, we've been talking about work-related challenges for people who are neurodivergent. Has this helped you at all, even if we haven't really gotten into any solutions yet or ideas to try? Does it help you all? Does it help any of you guys to feel at least less alone? Does this help normalize it and make it a little less hurtful? That's what I have. That's what I have. And honestly, Alan, I don't take it personally, because I know that a lot of people like pop in and pop out, and that's fine. Hey, you know what? I got 3 people who, you guys now, Ego Shredder, Hakan, and Alan, you guys come and you see my content, and I'm happy about that. Don't feel that you are expected to either. You know, just because don't feel like you have to, because maybe some weeks you can't. Maybe some weeks you don't want to. Maybe sometimes maybe you don't feel like it. Maybe you have other things going on. That's totally fine. I think she left. Yeah, it's good to hang out, even if we do not. Yeah. I don't know about you guys, but I have felt so alone. Have you ever been in a room full of people and you know the people around you care about you, but you've never felt so alone in your life? It's horrible. And then you feel guilty feeling that way because you know the people care about you. Yes, good to hang. Hakan, having it live gives me a sense of them being good. I know how being in that ADHD group helped me. I've reached out to one of my friends who was in that, he and I have like emailed each other a little bit back and forth since then. And that day I had to go see my prescriber who wants me to come back in person. Oh my God, that day was a nightmare. Oh, so bad. Ugh. I don't know if I can go back there. But I guess they're going to do a part 2 for that ADHD group, which I think would be really helpful. But they're only going to do it if I go there. And I'm not going to drive like an hour or two to go to a meeting that's an hour. And then it ends up taking my whole day. But I guess it's only 6 weeks, so I'm thinking about it. The last one they did was virtual, so I don't know why they're doing that. More people, and still, yeah. And I just feel like, I thought to myself, I kept going into depression. I would work so hard to pull myself out of it, but I kept going into it because the people around me didn't understand, and I didn't understand. And I'm tired because I know there are other people who are neurodivergent, and I thought, I can't be the only one feeling like this. Yeah. Sometimes, ego shredder, sometimes I do, I don't know if it's disassociation. Sometimes if I shut down, if I'm really overwhelmed, if I'm like almost melting down, I don't know, I'm not like outside my body. It's like I'm numb. And it's like your brain just stops because it's just like, yeah, we can't do this anymore. And it's not that you don't care. It's like you've cared too much for so long that your brain's like, yeah, no, we're done. And you're just numb. Depression's the worst. It's the worst, man. It's the worst. So how many of you guys, I want to see, like, you know, the comorbidities for having ADHD or autism are so high. I want to see, like, every single person that I have met on YouTube that I've talked with, every single person is living with anxiety, depression, or both. Do you guys feel the same way? I feel like, how do you deal with these struggles, navigate them, find solutions to them when the people you talk to for advice can't relate and don't understand why you have these issues? And then you feel even more guilty. I'm naturally a lighthearted, easygoing guy, so depression, it's just awful. Yeah. Yeah. Are you guys, any of you guys, there's not too many people here. If anybody's new here, I know I keep stopping to say this, but in case anyone's new here, we are talking about neurodivergence. And if you yourself or anyone you know and love has ADHD or autism or struggles with depression or anxiety, and you want to have a sense of belonging or you want to better understand your loved ones, please hit the like and subscribe. And I will be, I think I'm scaring people away. Oh, well, people are going to stay or they're not going to stay. Whatever helps. Whatever helps. Oh, racing heart's the worst, man. Oh my God. I had a anxiety attack at work once, but I didn't know that's what it was. And they actually called and 911. I lost feeling in my arm, I had it down in the break room. I thought I was going to pass out. Sometimes feeling really detached. And naturally, I read that part already. Both. Having your heart racing away. Oh my God, the anxiety. And I think because how do you come to terms with and improve a struggle that you have that other people don't, even if you're going to counseling, if it keeps happening? it almost like makes, I can't speak with you guys, but for me, I can only talk to my own experience. I feel like over time I get more and more and more sensitive to it because I just want it to stop. I keep falsely thinking that I'm going to figure it out someday, and I'm going to figure out, like, I'm going to come up with some hack. I'm 50 at this point, and I'm tired, and I'm not going to get these people to understand me or you guys or anyone. I just feel like there has to be a better way, and I don't know what it is. I have no idea what it would be. I know that I have seen so many people who have autism or ADHD or struggle with depression or bipolar or anxiety or those kind of things can't work because your natural way of behaving I'm feeling like an analogy forming. Sorry if I just like stopped mid-sentence. I don't want to say like it's a pack of dogs because that sounds like aggressive, but you know how, and I know this is like probably a bad example, but you know, like a pack of wolves in the wild, it's like there's a hierarchy, there's a way you act, and if anybody acts a little bit different, they'll attack that one because it's weakness, and a weak individual endangers the pack. And I feel like we just happen to be the thing that's a little bit different. So what do? We can't change being neurodivergent. And you know that it comes a time where it's like, okay, I need to reassess what things do I have control over, what things don't, and how do I make changes in my life? Because the world is still neurotypical. And I don't know about you guys, but I don't know any companies that are more predominantly neurodivergent. I think like creative places tend to have more, like theater, maybe, have more neurodivergent people. Oh, panic attacks are the worst. You know what? Okay, so, people will tell you to, oh my God, and that makes me mad. Does that make you mad? I had the new, that day I was having a really bad day, and I started meltdown, and I was having an anxiety attack, and I recorded it, and I didn't post it yet because I'm like, oh my God, I watched it, and I'm like, holy crap. If I put this public, at one point I started crying and I was shaking, and I'm like, I really might want to think about this. I might want to pause and reflect. I still don't know. I know, right? So there's this like catch-22. I feel like we're behind a rock in a hard place. So, and I've seen like in some of these much larger communities, these like autistic communities, and there's such a large percentage of neurodivergent people who just were done. They don't want to have neurotypical people in their life at all. Which sounds prejudiced, but considering all the prejudice and the ableism, and we didn't even know that's what it was, and not being good enough, and always being in trouble for things you don't understand, and you're not even doing anything wrong, and feeling like shit about yourself your whole life, and you don't even know why. And you go through that, and then you find out that there's this thing, neurodivergent versus neurotypical. I'm sorry, but even if they're good people, and I found out that's why, and if you go through a lot of bullying or abuse, I get it. But we can't make ourselves neurotypical. And also, I feel like we've always had to be so understanding for other people. Do you guys have this feeling too? I don't know if it's a girl thing or neurodivergent thing, but have you had people tell you, why are you so rude? And then you feel so bad. Like, have you always had to shape how you behave because you feel guilty about how you make other people feel, but nobody's been sorry about how they made you feel? Is that like a common, do you guys, I mean, it could just be my experience, and I don't know if I'm projecting this out to you guys, if I'm making assumptions here, so forgive me. I think how neurodivergent focus versus normies focus, you're right. I totally agree. I have a follow-up question to that. So I like what you're saying here. And I'm wondering if this helps to show maybe some, how do I say this? Is it internal, what do they call it? Internalized ableism for us to believe them that we are less rational. Now, granted, some of us have very bad meltdowns. Some of us have struggles that are much more challenging than others. Some of us have sensory issues that are just through the roof and can't really be in public places at all. Like the differences are so drastic. So I can see somebody having that experience of freaking out or having a meltdown or anxiety attack in public. Oh my God. Just the even fear of it, the thought of it potentially happening. I think I have been able to, for the most part, swallow it, but it hurts my health. But I can't always do that. And how do you not think you're irrational when everybody around you, because there's fewer neurodivergent people. So if the only feedback you're getting is from the neurotypical people around you, how would you not form that opinion? You will feel yourself getting upset by things that other people don't get upset by, but they don't have the sensitivities we do. They don't have a different working brain. They don't have the issues understanding the unwritten rules or the hierarchy. So to them, we might seem irrational. But have you guys heard of double empathy? I'm still trying to understand it, like why it's called double empathy and what that thing is. Have you guys heard about the double empathy problem? Oh, incidentally, ego shredder. Monotropic thinking is something that ADHD, I don't know if you know this already. Monotropic thinking versus, I don't remember what neurotypical thinking is. So monotropic thinking is when you narrow in on something and you can become an expert and you can become like so engrossed in it. And whether it's something you're really good at work, or if it's an interest or a hobby or a passion of yours and you can just go down that rabbit hole. We're just wired that way. And that's called monotropic. So we're thinking narrowly, almost like if you were a flashlight, yours is narrowed down to a straight beam and that you don't, this is where I saw it described. There's blackness in the room. Say you go into a dark room and you're a monotropic thinker. That's the equivalent of having a flashlight that only shines light in an area, right? And so you can become super expert in that. You can just really go into that. But you can't necessarily see the other things, and they don't necessarily matter to you. And then the other kind of thinking, I can't remember what that's called, and what a lot of neurotypical people do, is it's like a wider beam. So they can kind of gaze everything, but they kind of like don't really usually go as deep into one thing. So that I recently learned about. And I learned about it from a therapist. She's in the UK too. I haven't made my subscription list public yet. And I think there are some people on there that are close to me. So I didn't make it public yet because I didn't want to have personal information out there. I might eventually, because this is what I find myself, besides looking at my interests, I'm really like full on autism, ADHD, depression, anxiety, because at this point in my life, I'm like, it's becoming my interest because I'm tired and I want to fix the damn thing because I'm tired of suffering and I want to find a solution. I don't know one. So almost, I think I recently went through a few things that I'm not interested in anymore that were more general. I just got rid of. So almost everything on my subscription list is neurodivergent stuff. So monotropic, definitely. Yes, hyper detail when missing the most obvious at the same time. Yeah. So there's that also what I feel like is kind of feeds into that is, do you guys, let's see, there's two things that I get the word switched. Hold on. I gotta stop. My brain wants to go this way, and now I just remembered something, and now I'm like having a hard time we're talking about monotropic. So there's one thing that neurodivergents tend to get, and one of it is has to do with perception of things in your environment in relation to you. Particularly, I've heard about this with ADHD, and that's why you might bump into things. But I guess also autistic people can have it as well. And then the other thing has to do poor proprioception and poor interoception. Oh my God, I was able to do it. I don't know how I was able to, my brain did not want to switch gears. It's like, I really want to talk to you about this, but it's been so long, I totally forgot the names. Have you guys heard about poor proprioception? I might be saying it wrong. Proprioception? I think it's proprioception. I can't remember. So poor, meaning it doesn't work as well. No, I'm not even saying it right. It's like a tongue twister. Poor proprioception. So proprioception is your brain does this automatically. It's a subconscious thing. It's something your brain does that you don't. Hey, I have those magazines here. It's got to be in here. If anybody's new here, we're talking about ADHD and autism, but we also talk about anxiety, any way you feel different, depression, whatever you want to talk about. We also talk about cool stuff too, and our interests. I'm going to find it, man. I think I might have done some things about it. So, this is going to take me forever to find it. Poor proprioception. So proprioception is something, and I might be saying it wrong because I think I remembered it slightly wrong, like how to pronounce it. It's something that has to do with the way our brain is wired. So you know how like we're neurodivergent, our nervous system or else the way our brain is wired is slightly different. The way our brain works is slightly different. And proprioception is one of those things that can be very affected. And I can't remember, I think I learned why once. And a lot of the things that we have challenges with that neurotypical people don't can be for a couple of different reasons. It may, like, I know for ADHD, oh yeah, that's right. I wanted to look up the brain for autism because my friend Genevieve had mentioned that a while back and I couldn't remember what it was. Which she said that the autistic brain is slightly different. You could see it on scans too, but I've never learned about that. So I don't know how it's different. But mentioned it last week, the differences in the ADHD brain versus the neurotypical brain. So you have the four aspects of your brain, right? So the frontal lobe is slightly smaller. The basal ganglia, and I can't remember what that does, but I think it's impulse control. It might have something to do with working memory. I can't really remember. And also part of the basal ganglia has to do with connections to different parts of the brain. So maybe different parts of your brain don't talk. And I think that might be the part that has to do with proprioception. So there's a part of your brain that does this automatically. Proprioception is your brain sensing. And we take this for granted. We don't realize that this is a process going on in our brain, and ours doesn't work as well in that aspect. It senses like how far something is away from you. Do you find yourself walking into doorways when you're tired? Do you find yourself opening a cabinet door? Like sometimes I'll open it and I think I open it to just the right, like I think my head's back far enough and I'll like hit myself in the head. And I'm like, what the heck? And I feel like I'm stupid, but you're not. because there's this thing going on that you had no idea, is poor proprioception, that our brain isn't getting that signal. Like either the connection isn't working as well, or that part of the brain isn't working as well. So that's one of the things that is affected with the neurodivergent brain. And I believe that is something we both deal with. So, oh, that's right. So proprioception, I'm remembering, sorry. I feel like my brain right now is like one of those old library indexes. I'm trying to remember. Proprioception deals with everything from you being able to estimate without even paying attention how close something is to you. So sometimes I'll go to put a coffee down on the table and I'll think the table's like an inch closer and then I drop it. Like it's not constantly, but more than the average person, right? Managing social situation, ruminating and anxiety, struggle with decision making, anxiety reducing effect of special interests. Need for routineness. Are you talking about like the things that, these are the things in the circle spectrum? Right. Yeah. You know what? Next week we can do, and some of this is going to be old information for you guys, but some of it's new for me because I'm new to learning about autism. So anything we talk about if it doesn't help you guys, it'll help me. If it doesn't help me, it'll help you. Because I can't believe the crossover between the two. It's insane. But I did learn that the proprioception may not be in that list, but we both can deal with it. And then interoception also not just how close, sensing how poor proprioception, how close like a counter is to you, whatever, but it's also has to do with motor difficulties. So sometimes you may lose your balance. So it can affect your ability, it can affect movement as well. So it's the frontal lobe, the basal ganglia. I can't remember that one. And the reticulating, so the connections don't work as well. So some tasks that we do on a day-to-day basis, we take a lot of them. We don't realize that multiple areas of our brain are supposed to talk to each other for that, what we think of as simple task to happen. And since in the neurodivergent brain, and it's probably different for autism, and I'm not really sure yet. I just know about the ADHD, the reticulating something system. I really need to I was thinking I want to get like a whiteboard and have some stuff in the background. So as new people come in, I'll be like, hey, check this out. And then if I forget, I can look. So there's that. And what was the other one? Poor interoception. Mike from Autistic AF has talked about this. ADHD content creators talk about this. So we both can, but maybe not everybody does. I don't know, but it's common. Do you ever feel, and this is what I think I've seen consistently, both with ADHD content creators, both ones that are like organizations, like Attitude, which is an organization that you can do, that has like counselors and therapists and psychologists, and they give a lot of information for people to advocate for themselves and resources. So they're a resource. Both them and individual content creators have talked about this. So what came first, the chicken or the egg? Does the monotropic thinking cause the poor interoception? Or does the poor interoception? So interoception is the messages that you get from your body that you have to pee, that you're tired, you're thirsty, you're hungry. Sometimes you don't feel pain. Sometimes you don't feel discomfort. And then other times you can't even put on an article of clothing without it irritating the crap or almost feel painful. It's so uncomfortable, like the way that the material scratches on your skin, if you have that. So yeah, poor interoception. I don't even know how I got onto this, but poor interoception, I feel like that really affects the monotropic thinking, right? So let's say, and then for ADHD, It's hyperfocus. I kind of feel like now that they're recognizing that the two conditions have so much overlap and so much more in common, even though they don't think they're the same thing, which I find kind of interesting. I'm thinking they've got to be related to each other. They run in the same families. Right? I think they're learning a lot of this stuff right now. They have to be. It's cuckoo. Yeah. I popped into a live with Mike from Autistic AF. Have you guys checked him out yet? He lives in the Isle of Man, and he has 1 million cats. I love him. And he will do collabs with other autistic content creators that live in England or Great Britain. I tried to include a link to a questionnaire for it. Chat does not allow. Oh, cool. Cool. If you still have it, like after, if you think of it, whenever you remember, even if it's like next week, maybe send me a link and a comment on something and remind me what it is. And then what I can do, a questionnaire. Is that a questionnaire on qualities of autism? I struggle a lot with something. And I actually recently, I reached out to somebody. Who was it? Do you know Thomas Henley? I think it was on, I thought it was on Thomas Henley's channel. 50 questions. Oh, okay. So, you know how there is several kind of similar topic as you. You know how there's several different, and they say not, they're online questionnaires, so they say don't. My counselor said take it with a grain of salt. She sent me one of the links to an autism questionnaire, as well as one for, what's that thing? PDA, pathological demand avoidance. And I scored really high for all up. It's very common for people with ADHD to have demand avoidance. And a lot of people with autism can have it, but I guess not all people have it to the level. Like if somebody tells me to do something, then it's like, I can't do it. So I did take those two. I scored pretty high with the pathological demand avoidance, and I scored moderately high with autism. But the thing that I get confused about, that I'm going to have to sort out, is, and I don't expect you guys to do this for me either, I've been watching content for like 6 months, consistently keep going back to, I'll watch videos on how to tell if you have both autism and ADHD. And I have not found anything to help me sort that out, because all the things that I was looking at that are autistic could potentially be challenges for ADHD too. Even though I know that there's like the overlap. So you've got the things that don't necessarily... Ooh, do I have a picture here? You guys know what I'm talking about, right? The two circles. So the one circle with autism. Okay, here's an article on stimming. Strategies for hyperactive kids. Living well with ADHD. Come on. Oh, why don't I think tables of contents? Like, hello, should have had a V8. What is ADHD? Other symptoms. There is got to be, I think there's a thing here on neurodivergence and autism as well. The thing that's tricky, if you are a woman, autism presents very differently and is not obvious. And if you, I don't know if you're a woman and have both, or if you have both just in general, they can seem on the outside anyway the presentation is they kind of like the two opposite sides of it. You know how like people with autism, not all maybe, but they like routine, and you guys can tell me how much is stereotype and how much you personally relate to will help me. I don't know if it's in all people or most people or a lot of people or what. So you might want to have a routine and a structure and things be a certain way to give you a sense of comfort and control and knowing what to expect, right? And what was I going to say about that? So there was that, communication difficulties, which ADHD can have as well. Sensory difficulties, ADHD can have as well. And the one thing they said, if you have both, that your autistic side will want structure and will want routine, and your ADHD side will make it impossible. And because you have this part gets bored and doesn't want to do a routine and then feels very PDA about it, they kind of almost on the outside cancel each other out, right? So the ADHD side will be like, loosen up. And so you might go back and forth. And so then I don't know, it's confusing for me. And I thought, well, if I could just tease out like anything that is specifically autism that ADHD does not have in common, that would help me tremendously. And I don't know if it would be the needing of a routine, because I would really like one. I would really like one. And I can't do it to save my life. I have mantras for everything. So yeah, on Thomas Henley's, he does autism. He's in England, I believe. Let's see. I think he was doing a podcast and this woman was a guest on the podcast. And I don't know if she's like a coach or a therapist. They help neurodivergent people. And most of the people who were going to his videos, his content, are people with autism. But of course, some have ADHD. And they were discussing if you have... Oh, actually, incidentally, I was thinking that it might be helpful for you guys if I put that in the community tab. I'll go find that. I'm going to make a note. I'm going to forget. And I can't text it to myself. I need a pen. Aha, found a pen. I don't have any paper. All right. Do I want to write that in here? Find Thomas Henley collab. Okay, so it's like a short from like a thing that they did. And they were trying to help people to determine, they were talking about trying to figure out if you know you have autism, you've been diagnosed with autism. This was for the people who suspect they may also have ADHD. And then, since it already happened, and I am subscribed to him, and I commented, for some reason I assumed it was on his channel. I responded to a comment from another woman who said, yeah, I need to figure out the reverse of that, because they had people writing in and they were trying to help people who have autism. They were talking to them, trying to figure out, I think it was live, trying to figure out if they also had ADHD. So I thought, well, how do you figure out the reverse of that, right? So a woman actually, sorry, I've been sitting here for a while. Wow, 333. I just saw on the live, said 333, 3 hours, 33 minutes. That's cool. What was I saying? Oh yeah, so a woman said, can you help me figure out the reverse? And I said, yeah. Can you help? And then I responded, I'm like, okay. And again, I didn't realize I did this long thing. I thought it was a quick little thing I did. And I'm like, I'm really struggling. because none of these websites that are for autism or ADHD to help you figure out if you have both. Hello, Ashok. I hope I'm saying that correctly. How are you today? None of them have helped me. I feel like the more that I try to research it, even going into, I'm well, how are you? Even if I go to different resources like studies, it gets really murky. It's almost like the more I try to learn, the more complicated it gets. So I can't figure it out. I feel like it's the equivalent of walking into one of those houses of mirrors, you know, at the carnival, when everything you think is a certain way, and the more you look, the more distorted something is, and you can't really see the boundaries of anything, and it messes up your whole perception. So it's really hard for me to do that. So findings suggest both ADHD and autism are associated with high, yes. Yeah, I heard that too. Their effects are interactive such that monotropism scores are not as high for autistic individuals. Interesting. Interesting. I would think that that might be the same. Because autism, you have your special interests, right? And they say rigidity of not wanting to think about other things, either because it's an interest and it's comforting because it's your thing. Or if you're at work, you want to do the one thing. You don't want to juggle. It's like, it's almost painful to like take your brain out of one area and like do a different task. Like we're not wired that way. And then with ADHD is the hyperfocus. You know, I'm good. Thanks, Ashok. Do you have ADHD, or does somebody you know have ADHD? Do you have depression, anxiety? Do you know anybody who struggles with these things? You certainly don't have to, but that's what we're talking about today. I think I keep scaring people away. I'm scaring people away. Sorry. Maybe I shouldn't tell people. That tiny extract is from the science results analysis in the PDF on the page I mentioned. Okay, cool. Any resource you send me, I will totally read. I will totally read. Sometimes it is tricky for studies to, by the time sometimes I get through the objective and then the actual ways that they're doing their studies, because they have to do, because the peer reviewed, the studies, they have to like disclose all of that. And I get so bored. And it just takes me so long to get through it that but some reason, like a lot of times, like I could just skip over it, but my brain wants to know, like it's not good enough. I want to make sure that they're doing it double blind and everything. So I make myself read all that junk. Ugh, they're hard to read, but I will totally do it. So how are you guys doing? Are you tired? I feel like the time has flown by. Just like last time. I forget what time it is for you guys. I can't remember. I know that Alan is a few hours earlier than me. So I believe he's 3 hours. So if it's 7:20 my time, 1, 2, 3, it is 4:20 Alan's time, if you're still here, Alan. And I can't remember what time you guys said it was in England. So hello, everybody. If you're new here, my name is Sherry. You're welcome here. We're an accepting group. We are discussing ADHD and autism and neurodivergence today. Oh my gosh, Ego, I'm sorry. You said you're not working? Wait, you're not, right? Are you trying to, do you go to bed at a specific time? Are you a night owl or a morning person? I have a counseling appointment tomorrow, but I don't know what my family's plans are. Maybe I can pop in again this weekend. I don't know. Let me know, guys, if weekdays or weekends or what's better for you. I don't know your situation, your schedules are, if you have one with your family, is even though you might be struggling with work, okay, don't feel guilty. I hope I didn't trigger any demand avoidance. Telling you what to do. Yeah, I know. Like my body's telling me that I should log off. I'm tired. And Curtis has come back up. But I'd hang out with you guys all day. Seriously, I'd probably get some good ideas out of it. What has been the most helpful so far? And how would you like to do these lives if there's anything different? I know that we're kind of just like freeform and doing whatever, and we're all pretty like agreeable. But if we do disconnect soon, if there's anything specific that you want to talk about next week, or if there's anything you would like me to research for you or get additional, like reflect on, because some things I know that I've learned, but maybe have to think about how to articulate, like the work stuff. But if you guys want, I'll leave it up to her, but my mom said that she would maybe be interested in doing stained glass video with me or mosaics, because she does that. But I don't know how comfortable she'll be talking about this. But as a resident neurotypical in my house, I will ask her if she would be willing or interested to pop in next week if you guys want to talk about that. I feel like I could stay for a little longer, but I'm going to have to like run to the bathroom really quick. Do you guys care? I gotta go. I'll be right back. Hold that thought. And if you have any questions or if you have any suggestions, I'm so open to ideas. And because I get feedback from you guys, but it's in type, I can't see your faces. I can't read body language. I can only kind of get the things when you are able to type, like, because you might be busy doing other things while listening. I'm going to run to the bathroom and I'll be right back. I'm not going to hurry up and... What happened here? Oh, all right. I'll be right back. Hold on. I gotta go. Oh. Baby? Babe? Babe. Okay. Oh my gosh, it is getting dark where I am. you guys are still here with me. If I get boring, let me know. How you guys doing? Oh, there's two of you still here. I kind of want to like munch on some snacks. I am tired, but I only see you guys once a week now. And it's new for me. What, if you guys are still here, all good? What has been helpful so far, and what would be more helpful? As I know in the ADHD group I was in, at the end, we all talked about that. And for some people, it was the sense of community that they needed. And for other people, it was learning about their condition and actual action steps. I know we probably all need a little bit of everything, but, and I know I haven't really been able to share too much yet, because I love chit-chatting. Do you guys care if I snack on something? I'm going to make a lot of noise. I should probably not do that. What do we got here? We started to have snow here. I'm hungry. Oh, I have leftover pizza. Ooh, I'm making a mess. Is it, so tell me, is it a stereotype that it's always rainy in England? Is England like Seattle, where it's foggy and rainy a lot? So both. Alan, you're saying that both is helpful for you? Let me know if you can hear me eating. Let me know if like me eating is making a lot of noise. I'm sorry. Has any like little tidbits? I mean, I don't really have any expectations yet in the last few times because I'm learning as I go too. And I'm not sure because I keep getting sidetracked and I have fun talking about a lot of different things that I don't know if I ended up talking about anything helpful so far. At some point, I might end up being like Jen, our friend Genevieve. I might be on all the time. If I can get monetized, if I can depend on it, that would be very helpful. Then I won't lose my house someday. I don't want to ask people for donations, but I'm going to find a way to get monetized so that, because I'm sincere and this is genuine and I really want to do this. And I feel like it'd be nice for all the work that we put into a channel. And that's why it's been tough for me to do the videos I've been wanting to do, you know. You get a mix of weather sometimes in one day. Do you guys have, you must have seasons like we do. I wonder like if you're like higher or lower than we are towards the equator. So I know you're in a different continent, but are you in a, it's got to be similar climate. Well, I guess with the United States, it totally depends on where you are in the United States. So it's probably the same there, right? I can't remember how much the size of Great Britain, I'll have to look at a map, the size of Great Britain as a whole versus the US. I think like the whole entire size of it is smaller than the whole entire size of the US, but I don't know, like a little less defined because of global warming, which people think is not real. I say, what do the facts say? Yeah. We can always talk about interest too. Do you guys want to like just do fun things too? Would you guys be interested in me doing ones with art? Because I was thinking I could do, I mean, it's not warm enough. Chemtrailing? Oh, are you referring to the weather? The global warming? Sorry. Oh! I don't know how I stay in line for 4 hours with you guys. Let me know if I'm boring. Because I won't take it personally. Would any of you guys be interested in doing a live with me? Ah, okay. That's actually helpful. Because I can't read sarcasm or you can't see it in. And that's another thing. We were talking about different sets of expectations and rules of behavior in the workplace. And a minute ago when I walked away from here, I was reflecting on that and I was thinking, I wish I could just be a fly on the wall or be a coworker with one of you guys. You know, I feel like if I was there and saw the body language, I could definitely tell you. But I'd have to be a coworker. And I don't care what people say. They'd be like, oh, I ain't friends with that person. I like them. They're nice. Go bleep, bleep, bleep. So, ego shredder. Why did I put food in my mouth while I'm talking to you guys? Ego shredder and Hakon. What do you do with your time since you're not working right now? How are you surviving? Do you live with family? It says I have 2 people. Is the connection okay? I feel like I'm getting comments later, maybe? It could just be that. Ego shredder, are you living on your own? Or are you being supported by family? I'm being supported by family, my fiance. I'm like afraid to go back to school and look for a career. I'm afraid it's going to self-destruct like everything else. If I could just learn to understand and figure an actual solution, but at the same time, maybe there isn't one. And I can't just hide in my house either. Sat on the internet too much, mostly learning about the world and things of interest. I hope you don't do doom scrolling. Oh, it's so hard, man. Do you get out around humans at all? Or have you completely isolated? Do you get groceries delivered? Do you go out to do like weekly groceries? Oh, that's good. Would you say that she's understanding, or has it put a strain on your relationship? Do you guys care if I like nibble on something here while I'm listening to watching? I'm hungry. Do you find that the more you isolate, the harder it is? I feel like the more I isolate, the tougher it is when I am out in public. Because I'm even more sensitive. Because I'm not used to it anymore. Because at home you can just not have to mask. I'm sorry. Are both of your parents past ego shredder, if it's not too personal? Thank you, Alan. Yeah. Yeah. I feel that the burnout and the depression are very tricky. Very, very, at least for me. This is just, I can only speak from my experience. I feel like recovering from the burnout, I need to rest more, isolate more, self-care more. I did. Ooh. Can you guys see me? It just like reconnected me. Yeah, my mom's 80. My mom's 80. She has multiple myeloma, which is a bone marrow cancer. She's doing well. For her age and for everything. And it's being managed. But she does go to oncology every week. She gets infusions and it's being managed with medication. It's like every week or every other week. And then, I don't know if it's every other month, she goes to Boston. We have a Dana-Farber Cancer Center here, which is really good. So she does that. She recently fell. After she had her incident where she had the blood clot, and then she came back, and then she was doing better, and she is doing better. But so putting her on blood thinners made her have more energy at first, but lately she's been more tired. So I don't know. I'm kind of nervous about the whole blood clot, waiting for the blood clot to be absorbed. Because I'm like wondering, I haven't looked it up yet. Maybe it's just like so close to home because it's my mom. If it was anybody else, I'd be like going online, doing my nurse thing. I'd find out everything about it. I haven't done that because like I can't. Because I don't feel like I'm in control. Ego shredder. Do you or somebody in your family take care of him? Is he in a nursing home? If we've already covered this last week, I apologize. I don't remember. Can you guys hear me okay? I just realized I was talking quietly. I think it's just Alan and Ego Shredder now. Unless this is wrong and Hawkon, you're still here. The longer I'm here, better it is for us. And if I get more views and more hours, more exposure, maybe more people will come. I'll start reaching out to other people I meet online. My father lives with his partner and she looks, oh good. Oh good. Good. Does your sister pop in and help a little bit if he's not too far away? How is this on your father's partner? Is she Is she getting burned out from caring for him? Is it too much for her, or is she okay? Also, here in the US, I don't know what the laws are there. Social Security, once a person is of a certain age, will pay for them to either get into a nursing home, pay somewhat for a nursing home. I think they also can pay for a visiting nurse. So that, I don't know what the laws are there. I don't know what the benefits are there. Oh, you know more about that. Was it Ego Shredder you, or was it Hakon that worked with the health? He gets frustrated once. Of course he does, yeah. Yeah. I don't blame him. I don't blame him. And it's tough. It's so tough. Is he getting dementia? I'm like trying to do this so I don't blind you. If he was a craftsman, he must have done... Was he a carpenter? I don't know what joinery is. Is that like welding? Building... like buildings? Like houses? Or commercial buildings? Burt's Bees is the best. Burt's Bees. Oh, this one the guy got tossed. I'm always losing these. Yeah. I feel so bad for elderly. I can totally put myself in their shoes, 100%. I know exactly I'd feel the same way. And when the dementia starts, parts of their brain is changing. That's why they were looking for a medication to help with Alzheimer's. I know Alzheimer's is only one kind. We have a lot of Alzheimer's in my family. So I'm not an expert, but I know a little bit because of that. Like my dad's side, like everyone had it. Like my dad was probably starting a little bit. My aunt is young. She's only 10 years younger than me. She was the youngest. My dad was the oldest. There was like 6. But my uncle, has he passed? I think he passed. He lived in California, so we didn't see him very much. I think he passed. But yeah. Yeah, all of them. And it was very interesting because my uncle was like high-powered CEO type. And so he was always traveling and eating bad food, and the high stress and the lifestyle. His symptoms started a lot younger. My dad thinks that his didn't start as young because he was very physically active. So when I was a little girl, he was a jogger. He ran a lot. I tried to tell him, well, and he still was doing his own yard work and whatever. But so Alan's saying a lot of skill work. Yeah. Did I miss anything? Suspected dementia, but only mild so far. That's amazing. Yeah, so far my mom's doing good. But the people in her family are sharp as a tack. Like my mom's aunt, she lived over, I think she lived to 102. But my dad's side of the family, they all get dementia, and they get it young. My aunt started, this is why I know a little bit about that, because I'm scared that I really relate to them. Like my personality is similar. I suspect my dad had autism. I don't know if there's a connection for like neurodivergence in that, but wouldn't that be interesting? I hope not. Yeah, it's just, terrible. They are closing down a lot of social funded care homes in the UK, and private care homes thriving industry. So they're only closing down the ones funded by the government, but not the private care ones are thriving. People sell their, oh yeah, oh, they sell their homes to go into private care homes. Yeah. It's so insanely expensive. It's obscene. It's obscenely expensive. My grandmother, I was 19, when she had to go and, oh my God. Oh my God, I have funny stories for you. It might have to wait till next time. My grandmother was physically strong. She worked as a CNA in a nursing home for decades. They were very kind to let her think that she worked there when she went into assisted living. But getting her into assisted living, not so easy. She was very resourceful. Oh my gosh. But yeah, we had to sell her. She was in a condo. We had to sell that. We had to clear it out. I mean, I think some of these things are universal because care is not cheap. And I don't want to say luckily she passed away before we ran out of money, because that's a terrible thing. But it's weird because her younger brother, and he had Alzheimer's and he was in a nursing home. He lived for many years. So was that slow decline, where my grandmother had a sharp decline. And she kept forgetting that she was drinking tea all the time until she had fluid in her lungs. And then she basically like drowned. So she didn't live very much longer, which shouldn't be that way. I wish they let her smoke, because she smoked her whole life. They should have just let her smoke. I'm just saying. The lady's at the end of her life. Let the woman have a cigarette. Okay? You can walk her outside. Don't force things on them. They shouldn't force things on them. I'm just saying. They're already old. Sometimes a good quality of life is to allow them to do the things that make them happy. You know? She smoked her whole life. She's fine. They forced it on her. And it was like upsetting because she kept forgetting there was a patch there and always grabbing at it. Let's see. Did I miss anything? My science uncle has a sharp razor. Sharp as a razor. Cool. Cool. I'm forgetful now, so I'm worried. Me. Yeah. The only thing that I have consistently seen, sorry, my mascara is like poking my eye. The only thing that I've consistently seen through all the things that I've studied about Alzheimer's, besides having, do yourself a favor. If you are a high risk, do yourself a favor. Start walking. It's exercise. Of course, nutrition's good. Exercise and get yourself on some healthy fats and fish oil or something. If you do that for the rest of your life and you drink water, that's going to give you years more before decline. Think about your mental deterioration akin to heart disease, even though it's not. Well, I know that Alzheimer's is one type of dementia, and there's others. And I'm not sure if others also have the same cause. There's tau proteins, and I forget what the other thing. So they have these plaques and these proteins that basically, I don't know if our brains are supposed to clear them out while we're sleeping. And something's not working right. Good, Alan. Make sure to look up mercury content of different fish. The longer a fish lives in the ocean, the more certain fish have a lot higher amount of mercury. So you want to limit that. Social services were visiting us trying to force things on. Were you the one who was telling me about that? I had to stand as a shelf for her. Mom stopped after they left. I'm so sorry, Go Shredder. Shield. I know what you mean now. Okay. Don't ever worry about poor typing, because I constantly typing things incorrectly. And then I have to go back and correct all the spelling errors, because it's just all spelling errors. Alan, I like to, I actually just recently made a list for myself for when I go to the grocery store. I like to have like some canned sardines and like, things on hand, but I know the canned fish, you're supposed to be careful of not having too much of that. Canned tuna. Salmon is excellent. Although I'm thinking that these things must be much, I don't know. Are these much more expensive? Do you guys get similar fish living out in the UK? Really? I'll tell you, Alan, there's been some exposés, and really COVID brought it to light here. Some of the nursing homes that are for veterans were just abysmal. They were horrible. People died because of the way they dealt with it. It's ridiculous. What's that you have on video too? Oh, for legal reasons. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Ego. Oh, I feel so bad now. This must be so triggering for you, and I wasn't even thinking. I forgot all about that. Do you want to talk about something else before I go? It's been over 4 hours. Hey, Alan, I was curious. I know that you do a lot. Maybe we should talk more somewhere else, but I know that you do like charity work, and you're trying to cut back on that. Did you end up like selling the clubs that you owned? Are you like retired now? Oh. I get it. I'm sorry. How long ago was it that this happened? Oh, my phone is getting Debbie 15%. How long ago did it happen? Is this recent? I'm so sorry, Ego Shredder. I'm so sorry. To 2014. Was it you or Håkon that is in counseling now? I feel like anybody who's neurodivergent, if you can get into counseling, do it. I mean, do what's right for you, but I feel like with all us having to like our whole lives shape ourselves to our environment, I feel like we need it. Hello. What time is it? It's almost 8. I'm not going to stay on too much longer, guys. I can't believe it's been 4 hours. I could hang out with you guys all day. I hope that, I don't know if there's anything that I share with you that would be helpful at all. My intentions are always good. I don't know. I feel like we're all different, so there's got to be some little things we can gain from each other, you know? Have you been able... God, I don't even know what to say after that. So, I think I asked you guys what has been most helpful for you so far. Ego, by the way, I'm sorry. I hope I didn't trigger you. I'm so, so sorry. I worked in private banking. Oh, you did? Oh, you did. You're so smart. You are so, so smart. Incidentally, Alan, you had mentioned how, how like your particular neurodivergence, I really do, I could be wrong, but I really do feel like OCD goes hand in hand with having autism or ADHD. Maybe not for everybody, but that actually, you talking about like your work environments and the things that you did reminded me of that. Because you had mentioned something to me that you're an easygoing guy, but you can be very tough as a manager or a boss. And then I was thinking, well, that makes total sense. Because if you care about what you're doing and you're focusing on it, that you would want it to 100% be your vision. So if you like things to be a certain way, and that is part of who you are, I think that is also probably why you were successful too, as well. It would be hard for me because I'm like easygoing. I have been a manager in the past, but I have to take my emotions out of it. That makes sense. That makes sense. Do you feel that quality that you have, I don't know, I don't even think that you could separate. Just remember, for whatever you might feel guilty about, any times that quality of yours may have been challenging for other people, or times that you may feel like maybe you made mistakes or taken things too far or been too hard on people, there are gifts that come with that as well. So whatever you might struggle with, I'm not sure if somebody can be successful in those fields without having that quality. Am I wrong? I need to be more practical instead of wanting to do art all the time. And all the fields that I've thought to go into to be responsible, like nursing, therapy, teaching, every single person I know who's gone into any of those fields has gotten chewed up and spit out. And so I have to be careful. I'm trying to pick the thing that is closest to what my nature is, for what my skills and my temperament is, but also be realistic with something that I could actually support myself. And art is great, but I feel like if you make that your only income, I almost feel, at least in my case, I feel like I'd be setting myself up for failure perhaps, because, well, at least when I was trying to do my jewelry business, I was starting to clock how many hours I was doing every day to reimburse myself for my labor. And although I'm very well aware and can price things accordingly, because when you're doing art, you really can't price things in an adequate way for you to get paid well, because if you add up the hours it takes to create something, depending on what it is, plus supplies, it's always going to be more than somebody would want to pay for it, and more than you would necessarily value that thing. So you're automatically working at a loss, and you're trying to do something because you love it. And then what ended up happening was I felt cooped up in the house, bent over a table, like hunching my back, doing jewelry all the time. So it took something I loved and kind of ruined it. So there was that too. I got off topic, huh? Are you guys getting tired? Alan, I seem to get a throbbing left eyebrow if I eat too much mackerel. Interesting. Ego, I wonder if you have any food sensitivities, like not enough to necessarily be an allergy, but I wouldn't be surprised because a lot of people have sensitivity to fish or shellfish. So I have an idea for you. Ego, have you ever tried, if you've ever taken omega-3s, I do get headaches if I have too much B12, but if you take supplements, I mean, I don't know how much B12 is in I know the fish have higher amounts, but I don't think that, and I can't remember the amount, but I don't think they're close to as much as what would be in a supplement. I could be completely wrong because I don't remember. But I'm wondering if it could be a sensitivity. Those things that you can buy over the counter that test your DNA for, that can do the food sensitivity thing, or the sample you can mail in, they're expensive. So, do you have health insurance, Ego? I'm like, not even, I've given up trying to greet people. Hi, if anybody's new here, how are you? I'm going to be closing things out soon. Is there anything we were supposed to talk about today that I forgot? Oh, Alan had suggested misophonia. I forget how to say it. Oh, before I go, I wanted to say something. Alan, if you're still here. So, guess what my therapist told me the last time I saw her? So, she's going to be teaching me how to regulate my nervous system. And I know that it's probably different for everybody. Like what works for me may not work for somebody else. And I was telling her that I would like to learn like a pressure point or something that's like a hack. And it's not that I'm being lazy. It's just that the times that I have spikes in anxiety and I get dysregulated is when I can't think straight because I'm at work and I have a line of customers. And there's no time in between to do breathing. It's just not going to happen. And then if you're anxious, you don't want to stop and breathe because you just want it to stop. So she had mentioned to me about the misophonia, or however, she said, do you know why the people who get triggered by sound and go straight to rage, there's a reason. Do you guys know about the neurological reason for that? I don't know if you guys are still here. Do you want me to tell you? So let me know if I'm being boring, making you fall asleep. Making you fall asleep. I don't know if anybody's still here. Or if I'm just being weird. Can you guys still see me? Or hear me? I see that there are people here. Guys, I'm going to have to leave soon. I'm dying. I'm starting to like fall asleep. All right. I'm just going to assume that you guys can see me. I don't know if you can or not. So we can all connect and comments to each other as well. I can try to touch base with you to see, or I can just watch the end of this video once it all, because I noticed the last time I did one this long, it took a little while for it to, I don't know, how they upload it. I mean, I thought it would be automatically upload since it's live and it's through them, but I guess it takes a little while. So imagine the wiring in your house being different. Imagine the wiring that is connected to the light switch. Instead of going to the light, going to the fire alarm. So from what I learned from my therapist, and I don't know if anyone's still here, the wiring is such for people who have, like, we can all have the sensitivity to sound, but the one where you get triggered to rage, she said that isn't you being too sensitive. She said the wiring is wrong so that it's connected. That trigger sound is actually, it's almost as if, you know, when you see the, like that fear, fight or flight, where there's a bear, so your body goes fight or flight so you can run and get away and live. But it's a miserable anxiety response. That fear, like that. So imagine the wiring in your brain going to the fight or flight just by hearing that sound. It's a neurological thing. It's not even the sensitivity, although that is in there as well. I love you guys. I'm super tired. We've been here 4.5 hours and nobody is saying anything. So I'm going to assume that I'm frozen. But I'll see you guys next week. Please be in touch with me and let me know if you guys can still see me, if I'm not frozen. Let me know what you want to talk about next week, because I'm so easygoing and distractible that I don't know if this has been useful. And I am open to suggestions. And I love you guys. And I hope you have a good week. And maybe next time we can do like a roll call and talk about, like in my ADHD group, we talked about what are the challenge that we most want to work on. And like just talking about it and us going around and saying, okay, I'm working on this and I'm working on this. And you don't have to, but just doing that and then talking about it the next week, it almost like is a dopamine boost and it makes you want to work on that thing more. Sometimes that helps. So if you're interested in doing that, let me know. Also, I don't know how you guys feel about body doubling, but I need it. And I don't know if that would be boring. So I haven't done that yet on the lives. But if anybody's interested, let me know. I think I am frozen. I don't know if you guys can see me or hear me, but it has been over 4 hours. I cannot believe it. I don't know where the time went. I love you guys. Please stay in touch and let me know how you're doing. And please give me suggestions. Let me know how we can improve it and make it more fun or helpful. I guess I will see you guys later because I can't get any comments. So I think I'm frozen. Have a good week, guys. Bye.